What up, everybody? Today might be a short live. I was not going to go live, but I really think before I let Democrats get the best of utilizing Don Lemon and other black journalists to try to get black Americans into the plight and fight of illegals, I'm not having that. I feel like many black Americans should let it be known that with the usage of Don Lemon is not going to change our opinion and our movement to not go and protest and put our bodies on the line for illegals who should just self-deport, accept the fate in which is going on right now. Just like they would tell us to comply when cops would arrest us or tell us to pull over and comply, they should do the same. So no, it's not going to work. I'm going to show what happened as far as him getting out of jail. A lot of us should already know that he was arrested for going into the church and claiming to be reporting and whatnot, but he could have waited until they exited the church. That's my opinion. He should have known better not to be utilized by that woman, Nakima, what's Armstrong, if I'm pronouncing her first name right, I don't know, and others that went into that church. It was her production. It was her notion of being an advocate for the illegals by blasting a pastor who supposedly, allegedly was a part of the ICE, an agent, maybe part-time or whatever the case may be. And they decided to take their asses up into the church while the church activities were going on. They chose to be utilized by the Democrats because they're all Democrats. All of these people that's partaking and being used are Democrats. And they're choosing to be useful fools for the Democrats and falling on their swords, so to speak, so that they can get recognized and attention in hopes to get black people mobilized to be like, oh, there's black people involved now. Oh, I got to put my activism and my advocacy. I have to put my body on the line for these 4 black journalists or others that have decided upon themselves to do and disrespect services of the church. They did not have to do that. They could have waited out in the parking lot, and then the people could have exited and been bum rushed outside of the church, and everything would have been okay. They decided to not do this. They decided to disrespect the services, and they act surprised about now being charged with the First Amendment. They're saying that the First Amendment they used to go up in the church. And Don Lemon is a journalist, an independent journalist now, because he's no longer with CNN. But he's utilizing and hiding behind being a journalist, and that he should not be seen as partaking in the festivities of what the other people partook in. He's supposed to be exempt. I'm not quite sure if that argument will suffice, because he walked up in the church and he was fully aware of this pull-up situation with this other lady that I'm going to showcase. I don't remember her name, something Nakima Armstrong. But it was a choice he made, and he should have thought twice. He should have took it slower. He should have thought it through. But I think that people over him, the Democrats, got together in his ear and said, hey, we need to get the attention of black folks. They are not partaking and going out and putting their bodies out there. We need to get a black face involved. We need to get them just as a part of this situation as the immigrants and the illegals are. Why not use you, Don Lemon, who's been well known for years, who is also a Black American? Why not use you and others so that we can get Black folks aboard? And I'm saying no, we don't have to do it. What I want to do first and foremost, before I show what happened with his little speech that he gave after he left jail, I want to go back to when it all began for you guys to see what happened with him showing up and making his way towards the church. And he claims that he didn't really know what was going on, but he knew to show up and what time and what address. So I'm not buying he did not know. And then also we're going to go through other journalists and other people that spoke after Don Lemon in Georgia Fort was arrested. And again, they're appealing to the Black audience. They're appealing to us to care. They're showing all these Black faces and they're giving all these cry outs about the journalists being messed with and their rights have been tampered with. And, they think that that's supposed to be I guess, some type of call for us to feel some kind of way. And I'm just here to tell y'all, nothing that y'all do, if you are involved with the Democrat scheme of lying and scamming and using trickery, is going to work this time. It's not going to work this time. And I'm trying to implore the other Black Americans to look at this as it is and not as they want us to look at it, because we don't need to be utilized as useful fools for Democrats. Democrats are not doing anything good for us. They never have, and they never will. So let me find this video of Don Lemon real quick. Hold on, let me just go back to his page. All videos that I show will be fair use under the Copyright Act of 1976 for education, observation, commentary, all the above, not meaning to impose, but to inform and enlighten on what is really going on and why we should steer clear of anything regarding this anti-ICE protest. It does not benefit us to join forces with them. We're just going to be used and spat out, and they're going to resume what they've been doing prior to us even understanding what was going on, until everything came to light as far as all the frauding and everything else going on. Let me get to this real quick. Thanks for everybody being here. What's up, Sheena? Thank you for being here. I really appreciate you. If you guys have not yet, please hit that like button. Please share and subscribe. I probably will just be on just for 2 to 3 hours. I really didn't want to go live today, but I don't want them getting a leg up as far as trying to get us involved in what they're trying to do. And I want to showcase what's going on. So let's go.
Next day rough. So ZBiotics produces an enzyme that more in the
hold on, let me fast forward this.
Text of this, and I'm going to.
Is this the right one? All right, hold on for a minute.
Or attempt to try and prosecute.
I had the right one, and now hold on. I got to find the right one. It was about 11 days ago. All right, here. No, that's not it. Okay, this is it. And I want y'all to hear what he was saying in the very beginning before he even talked to the primary person that who orchestrated and organized this gathering of people to go into the church, and what he said prior to even stepping foot in the church. He's trying to act like he's not a part of it, but I just not buying that. I think that he knows what he was doing, but it's not going to work.
And we just got into Minneapolis a little bit ago and did some reconnaissance on the ground. I'm speaking to an organization there that's gearing up for resistance and protest. I've been pleasantly surprised to see the community coming together. Diverse community. If you see this, when we first pulled up, we're like, wait a minute, which operation are we at? And as it turns out, because we were like, well, this is kind of MAGA coded, right? So the American flag or whatever, but these are resistance protesters. They're planning an operation that we're going to follow them on. I can't tell you exactly what they're doing, but it's called Operation Pull Up. And it's Takima Armstrong, and she has been doing this since George Floyd, Daunte Wright, and others, where they surprise people, catch them off guard, and hold them to account. And so that's what we're doing here. And then after we do this operation, you'll see it live. And these operations are surprise operations. Again, I can't tell you where they're going and where we're gathered.
So he knew that this was some type of pull-up that was going to be blindsiding whoever they were intending to go and where they were going. He knew Takima Armstrong was doing it. He knew the time to show up. He knew who was all involved, and he wants to, try to make it seem like he's kind of clueless, but he knows the general things involved and who's involved and everything else. So I don't understand how he can just say he's not really involved while he's there right on time, right before they do what they're going to do, and he knows what this is called. So I'm not buying it. I think that he is trying to pretend like he's just being a journalist, not really aware, just for his protection, so he thought. But I know that the Democrats knew with him going inside the church that he could be used as a crash dummy. And I think that he was willing to take the chance to do it. I think that he knew that if he was caught up, that he would blow up, it would become viral, and many people would feel some kind of way. Some of us that are Black would feel some kind of way because of who he is and what he's meant to journalism. I mean, I used to like him at CNN. I'm not going to lie. He used to be one of my favorite broadcasters or journalists then in CNN. But, now that I've been paying attention to how the Democrats have been moving, especially after Trump won, and they've been doing everything under the sun to try to invoke our participation, knowing full well they have nothing to offer us. Once and if they ever get back in power, they have totally just abandoned us. They have totally been on board with just abusing us, using us, bashing us, and then throwing us away the first chance that they get, and resume their activities as far as putting other people over us. And because of me now waking up to the realization of what it is, I cannot turn away from that truth. I will never again turn away from the truth of what the Democrats have been doing to Black Americans in particular. Everybody else reaped the benefits of Democrats over Black Americans, and that's the way that they intend it to be. And we now know the facts as they are, and we should not be allowing ourselves to be pulled into emotionalism because of Don Lemon. He is not that big. He is not that important. He is not precious in my mind, in my eyes. He has not been shot. He's not been killed. It's not that serious. He decided to fall on the sword. He needs to reap the repercussions and the consequence of what he's done. And if it takes him maybe spending $1 million to get out of whatever he did, oh, so be it. But he's not pulling the Black Americans into the bullshit that they hoped to create for us to now feel like we got to get on board. We got to go fight for Don Lemon. We got to go in the front lines. We got to go yell and scream. And no, we're doing none of that. Let's go.
Right now. However, and then we're going to head over to Whipple. And we're just going to show you what's happening on the ground, not just all the chaos that you see at Whipple, but just how people are fighting back, how they're organizing, how they're strategizing, and they're doing this in large part without support from officials, right? Local officials. There are some people who want to get involved, some local officials, but they're doing this on their own. This is all grassroots. So we're going to just take you throughout the day here. You're going to be with us live. It's just going to be raw. You're going to see what it is. So they are ready. Yeah.
Are you willing to bring us to the best? I can do that.
So I don't want to get, because they are strategizing, I don't want to get too much of their information in there. But again, you see people from all walks. Yeah. So, yeah. Anyways, can I talk to you for a second, sir? How are you? Just without giving away what the operation is. Why are you out here?
I'm here to support our community activists. I'm currently a candidate for a Minnesota State Senate District 65. I feel like it's important that if you're going to be representing people in office, that you are out here with the people as well.
Yeah. What do you think I'm surprised to see the diversity out here, and what I just said to the folks is that the people are organizing on their own, even without representatives or officials, and they're hoping that everybody gets involved. But this is grassroots.
Yes, sir. I mean, we got it. I mean, sir.
Again, they're trying to solicit Black Americans into believing that this is our fight. It's not. We gain nothing, nilch, absolutely nothing for supporting illegals replacing us, because that's what they were intending to do. Had Kamala Harris won, we would have been swamped with more and more and more illegals that we could not even understand what the hell was going on. And it would have been too late. We would have been done. We would have been toast. And this guy who claims to be representing for, Black folks because he's Black, and he's, I guess, trying to be some type of Democratic candidate for something. He wants to rep for the Democrats in this way, coming for support of illegals. Again, our replacements. I want us to get that part. It was never meant to be a blessing to have millions upon millions upon millions upon millions of illegals on top of us. Where will we get something from that? Nothing. We will get dried out resources is what we were going to get. We're going to get limited opportunities for housing, for benefits, for scholarship, for anything that you can think on. They were going to be drying up resources, and they were going to be chosen over us to receive most of what the federal government had to offer. Had the Democrats had it their way, because they would have want to make them feel nice and comfy here in America, so that they would turn around and give up the votes. And these millions upon new voters, after getting the golden, ticket, so to speak, the red rug brought out for them, they would have paid it forward with voting for the Democrats, minimizing our power as Black American voters, basically silencing us, and doing away with our chances to make a difference in what we wanted for our future, and they would have been able to dictate what our future was going to be, which was absolutely limited and very minimal. This is what the illegals would have done. And now they want to flip the script and make it seem like these people are humans too, and they wanted the American dream as well, which, as we know, Black Americans, a lot of us have never seen this American dream. We've been barely surviving. We've been hanging in there, a lot of us. Some have seen the American dream, but a lot of us are really living check to check. We're trying to figure things out as things go. We're not propped up in the ways in which we ought to be propped up as being Americans, though. And why is that? A lot of that is because the Democrats don't give a flying fuck about us. They only want to use our pain and suffering to showcase to us how bad off we are, so that we can just blindly vote for them and then get absolutely nothing for what we give to them freely. And then they would have went on about their business, ignoring us and treating us unkind, rudely. Let me get you up out of here. Bye, bitch. Anyways, they would have treated us really, really foul, to the point where we wouldn't have had nothing to do but just take it. And that's the position they wanted to see us in. So I don't care how many Black folks from many backgrounds come in front of our faces. It is, and it should not be, a reason for you to suddenly feel like those are the people that care for you suddenly, because actions speak louder than words. And if their actions have shown you nothing but their ass to kiss, then you need to believe that that's what they intend for you to do, and continuing to do. So let's listen to this lie that they tell, though.
Certainly, I'm actually married to an elected official. I work closely with elected officials, but direct action from community, certainly within the lines of the law, is certainly important to show that we have one voice.
Yeah, let's get some of this. Stand by. Yeah, stand by. We're not going.
This is what community looks like.
This is what community looks like.
This is what community looks like.
Ice out!
Ice out!
Ice out!
Ice out!
When I say ice out, I want y'all to say of Minnesota, because I want to be very clear what we
Let's go around. Let's walk around.
out of our city, right? Get the hell out of our state. Ice out!
Minnesota!
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 So, does anybody have their favorite?
And before I let it go, just like they're doing right here outside, they all could have gathered around in the parking lot right by the doorway of the church as soon as everybody exited, because they have to exit. They could have been just there with their, flags or signs and yells and screams or whatever they wanted to do outside, greeting them as they came out in this way that they're illustrating right here, right now. It did not have to go inside of the church. They chose to take that disrespect to ruffle feathers and cause what they got, and they earned it. So I'm not going to give them nothing for the disrespect and disregard of a church service, irregardless of this guy, supposedly the pastor, being involved with ICE. In my opinion, it will always be that we need ICE more than ever because of the potential takeover that was going on in front of our faces because of Biden and Kamala Harris, allowing 11 million plus illegals to flood in. How else were we going to get them gone? Y'all tell me. They weren't leaving. They were getting more comfortable and demanding and entitled. How else were you going to encourage them to go? You're going to have to force them out. They had more than enough opportunity and time to understand the end was near while Trump was campaigning. He made it abundantly clear, I'm getting y'all gone. I'm going to be bigger than anyone else, mass deportations. And he so far has not, because Barack Obama, surprisingly, was also a deportations president, which I did not know. I was clueless. I was not paying attention. I was not politically inclined. I had voted for Barack Obama in 2008 blindly because of him looking black. And that was the first and the last time I allowed the Democrats to punk and bully and, well, trick me out of my mind, basically using Barack Obama's skin tone to manipulate and force me, because of pride, supposed pride of a first black president, which come to find out he's not a black American. Now that I'm now that I'm now in tune with who I am as being indigenous American black, and understanding that Barack Obama was basically a mixed race African/white person who had no connection whatsoever to black Americans at all. But we propped him up because of this notion of him appearing to be black. We did not understand that he had other ideas and allegiances that had nothing to do with black Americans. And now that I understand this reality, I'm not going to let the Democrats trick me out of my mind again. I'm not going to let them use tactics and people to provoke emotion from me that they didn't earn. They don't deserve. Let's go.
Her chant that they want us to run. And I say justice for Renee Good. Justice for Renee Good.
Justice for Renee Good.
Justice for Renee Good.
Justice for Renee Good.
Justice for Renee Good.
Justice for Renee Good.
Justice for Renee Good.
And like I say, I don't enjoy hearing that Renee Good passed away in such a manner. I wish she would have thought more about her kids. I wish she would have thought more about her marriage and herself. I wish that she was not partaking in, an anti-protest connected with, other people that are paid to do this. And she took it a little bit too far, being in her vehicle and basically doing the wrong move at the wrong time while the ICE person was right there in front of her. She should have known better. She should have backed up, or she should have just gotten out the car. I mean, she would have spent one day in jail, I'm sure, and she could have got out and she still would have been alive to see another day. For whatever reason, she decided to showboat. But, the ICE agent couldn't take that risk. And he did what he felt he needed to do. But this is a primary example of why we as Americans should not desire to be crash dummies for other people. Because Renee Good had a family to live for. Her American family. She had her wife to live for. She had herself to live for, but she chose the Democratic way of thinking to make that more pronounced in her life. And I most certainly believe if she had to do it over again, she would not have chose the route in which she chose. She wouldn't have did that. But you can't do do-overs once you have crossed the line. But they want to utilize Renee Good making a poor decision and trying to get Black people involved against all odds. And that's not what I'm down for. That's why I'm doing this video. And I really want Black Americans. I'm here for all Americans. I'm not going to just say Black Americans, but specifically Black Americans are being targeted right now. That's what this video is about. They're using psychological warfare against us by using Don Lemon and this Georgia Forts and others. I think one other was a co-founder of Black Lives Matter, and another one was connected also to that, I believe. We're going to get into that because they did do some type of press conference interview, or they talked among themselves or whatever. We're going to get to that in a little bit. But I just want to show what happened with Don Lemon to really understand it was all a choice and he chose wrong. He could have been like, I'm not going inside. I'm going to stay out here. When they come out, I'll be here waiting. That's all he had to do. That's all he had to say. But he did not do that because I believe others told him to do what he did, thinking that he could somehow skid past and not be implicated into what the others were doing because of his status, so-called status of being a journalist. But he chose wrong. He thought wrong.
Justice for Renee Good.
Say her name.
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 Renee Good.
Justice for 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 Renee Good.
All right, I'm really gonna just ground us in the Asada chant right now because
Thank you.
I feel like that's been missing from the front line, and I just want us to remind everybody why we're really out here fighting, right? Yeah. We have a duty to fight for our freedom.
We have
a duty to fight for our freedom.
We have a duty to win.
We have a duty to win.
We must love and support one another.
We must love and support one another.
We have nothing to lose but our chains.
We have nothing to lose but our shame.
We have a duty to fight for our
Again, trying to intermingle the plight of Black folks with illegals is very, very disrespectful. But this is what Democrats are on. They've always been on. They want to use every morsel of every advancement or every gain that we get or have accomplished to stamp that on illegals' plight and to try to mimic and try to make it seem like they're similar, that they're the same. No, these people are illegals from other countries. They bogarted or they use trickery to staying past their visas, purposely knowing that once they got approved to come visit or work a little bit, that they had a limited time to be here, and they chose that they weren't going to honor what was told to them to do. They said, oh, we staying. This is our ticket in. We ain't going nowhere. We're going to do whatever the hell we want to do. This is our time to shine in America. We're doing a takeover, whether you like it or not. And you guys want me and other Americans to get behind people that have been unruly, disrespectful, purposely going against our laws and regulations here in America when we can't do the same thing in their country? I can't go over to Mexico and visit as long as I want and not follow the law of Mexicans. I can't go to Africa and do whatever the hell I want to do. I can't go to Canada and do whatever the hell I want to do. I can't go to the UK and do what the hell I want to do. So how am I going to look at them in a better lens of looking for them versus myself? Give me a break. They broke the laws. They're not American. They are not deserving to receive rights of Americans. They are illegals. They are aliens. They are strangers. They are lawbreakers. And people are trying to attach them to our plight of what we went through for generations of trauma here in America. They're trying to siphon our energy and give it away to illegals. The Democrats are purposely doing this. And you guys think that we're supposed to side with Democrats now? No, more than ever, we should be against Democrats. Let's go.
Freedom.
We have a duty to fight for our freedom.
We have a duty to win.
We have a duty to win.
We must love and support one another.
We must love and support one another.
We have nothing to lose but our chains.
We have nothing to lose but our chains.
You guys are sounding like Sunday morning. I know it's Sunday morning. And I know we've been on this front line. And I know we're exhausted, y'all.
So this lady right here speaking, I believe, is also another Black Lives Matter. I don't know her name in particular. I had it before, but I don't know it right now. Maybe you guys can tell me in the chat room if you know who this is. But again, Black Lives Matter is a globalist organization that pushes other agendas over Americans' agendas, whether it's Black Americans or white Americans or us as a whole as Americans. It places globalist ideologies over the perspective of being American first. They believe in open borders. They believe in basically anything goes in America. They don't respect Americans, but they needed a poster child. And what did they choose? Black Americans, first with George Floyd. They utilized the trauma and drama of him being unalived by an officer, a cop. And they have been riding that wave for now 5-6 years. And they want to reignite what they accomplished with that tactic with using George Floyd's death. What did they do? They garnered $90 million, which should have been utilized, at least some of it, towards the Black community, some of it towards George Floyd's family, and others that they used the dead bodies of us, propped up this movement, this globalist movement, garnered $90 million and ran to the hills. All these fraudsters ran to the hills, and they have the nerve to bring their sorry ratchet asses back to our faces and pretend like what they did 5 years ago never really happened. They just think that it's a clean slate, that they can just get away with doing whatever and come right back with the same bullshit that they used before. This is what they're doing now.
But this also helps our healing process because it actually triggers our vagus nerve. And all of us are sitting on edge right now. So trigger your vagus nerve, relax your body, and really just let it out so the universe really understands why all these thousands and thousands and thousands of people are out here in the streets of Minnesota right now. Ready? We have a duty to fight for our freedom!
We have a duty to fight for our freedom!
We have a duty to win!
We have a duty to win!
Let's love and support one another!
We must love and support one another!
everybody
worry.
gets through the light, and we all have the address, right?
Yes. Everybody has the address. Remember, if you have anything that is activist identifying, do not wear it in if you're going in to just sit down and be a part of the situation.
Spread out.
Yeah, don't all sit together. But when y'all, if I wanted to say that, I would have. When we pull up, you'll know exactly what it is. So if you are a white ally, again, and you have anything activism identifying, do not go in with the first wave. You wait until you come in with us as people of color. Okay?
Come in with us, with people of color. Can you believe that? Man, I cannot believe the gall of these people, but they are truly willful participants in crashing out for Democrats because they think that they made a lot of money, and so they got to show their allegiance to the Democrats, you know, but they don't mean anything to benefit Black Americans ever. So what is the purpose of us giving a damn about them being arrested and charged? I would like somebody in the chat room to explain to me how them being arrested somehow affects Black Americans when they barged inside of a church and they could have waited outside like they're waiting right now talking. They could have just waited in their cars or waited in the parking lot, whatever the case may be, kept warm with their heaters or whatever, and came out as soon as they noticed people coming out. But they didn't want to do that. They wanted to maximize the disrespect. They wanted to amplify the ridiculousness of going inside of a church to make the bigger statement. And that statement is basically risking it all for knowing that they were doing wrong. They had to have known that this was wrong to do, but they didn't care. So suddenly I'm supposed to give a damn about them? It's not ICE. They're the ones that's going to help preserve America. I do not want to see America turning into a third world country. I'm sorry if you feel like ICE is irrelevant, but they are putting their lives on the line to save what is left of America. And I'm just not for whatever you're selling. Let me read a couple of comments before I continue. We'll go on a little bit later. I just want to set the stage of what happened the day Don Lemon went into the church. We're going to get to the part where he gets into the church. He's going to interview the person that did the organization. I want her to be, saying what she said in the beginning, and we'll move forward. How you doing, everybody in the chat room? Tom says, I'm glad he got arrested. I know that's right. Butch says Lemon is to go to prison rather. I'm not quite sure if it's going to go that far. I think that a lot of money is going to be pulled from him, though. For him, maybe getting the charge pulled down to misdemeanor or something. You know how they can make a plea deal. It's possible that he could make a plea deal to a misdemeanor and not even go to jail, but he might be fined or something like that. But whatever it is, whether it's jail, prison, probation, or fines, it's something that he was willfully willing to sign up for. And I'm not going to put myself in harm's way for his stupidity. He is not that important for me to care. He is not. None of these journalists are that important for us as Black Americans or Americans overall, all Americans, to give a damn whether they're Black or not. That doesn't matter. That's what they're hoping that we would get in tune with. Oh, they're Black people. So what? Sometimes Black people do things that are not correct as well. We can't always pretend that black folks never do nothing wrong, because that is a lie. Okay. A lot of people sometimes do things wrong, whether you're black, white, Asian, immigrant, whatever. You can make the wrong decision at the wrong time, and you got to suffer the consequence of what you decide to do. I'm not going to be lenient on him or others that are so-called or black and base my thinking off of the fact that they're black, and I look at them precious and lovingly, and they never should be touched. Their hair can't be singed or none of that. No, I'm not doing that. If you're wrong, you're wrong. If you have to pay a price, you just have to pay the price. Then when you come out, maybe you'll reconsider on what you've done. You said, I'm not surprised they didn't charge him on child endangerment. Oh, what did they charge him with exactly? Do you guys know all the charges? I guess we'll get to that in a little bit. Terry says, Don Lemon, he'll be just fine. We just have a fascist in the White House. Well, I mean, I would beg to differ for that, only because Terry, he had a lot on his plate when he came back into office. You got to give him a little bit of breathing room. I mean, 11 plus million people have bogarted inside of our country. How is he supposed to have his attitude be? He cannot be loving and kind and understanding to all of that, because a lot of those people were criminals. A lot of those people came with ill will intentions. A lot of those people committed crimes, unalived people, raped women, kidnappings, and all of the other things that they did, brought drugs in, brought gangs in. I mean, how is he supposed to deal with that? He has to match that energy. And sometimes that energy might look like it's fascist. It might feel kind of fascist, but with all the things that could go wrong, with all these individuals that are here, unvetted, unknown, not a part of a database, running around and doing whatever, he had to match the energy. And I don't believe that's fascist. I think that that's matching energy in dealing with a big problem before it gets well out of control and out of hand. And he had to get on top of it. He had to get in front of it. And that had to take, a lot of energy and control to do. He had to put boundaries in place. He had to cut off this and, deal with the border. And now he's dealing with immigration overall, overhauling the immigration system. He's resetting it. He's disallowing people from being able to use loopholes to scam and take advantage of America. That's what he's doing. He's trying to prevent a lot of stuff from continuing forward. And it looks bad. It might feel bad. It might seem bad, but I think underneath it all, it had to happen. That's what I believe. Okay. Don will love jail. Okay. Roscoe says. A lot of people says that. Big angry says Lemon needs alone time to think about what he did. Exactly. Because he didn't have to do that. He could have been like, I'm gonna be out here. No problem. Why are you going to wait out here? Because I'm not a part of what you're doing. I don't want me to be misconstrued to being a part of what you're choosing to do. I'll be out here waiting. And then when you come out, we'll interview and maybe have the people that's going inside to record so that they can share the video with Don Lemon when they got done. That's what I would have did. I've been like, look, it's going to be too hot for me to go in there. So some of y'all, if y'all could play your video taping of what you do and what is said inside, and I'll collect that stuff when you get out as I interview people, but I'm not gonna perceive or look like I'm perceived as being a part of what you guys are doing. I do not want to be clumped in to what it is you guys are doing. And that's all he had to say. That's what I would have said. Okay, I have my boundaries of what I'm going to be doing. I know Trump is heated right now with everything going on with the ICE detentions and the agents being disrespected, the protests and everything happening. I'm not going to escalate this stuff for myself. But again, he's a Democrat. And they believe that he's a useful tool for them. And they probably encouraged him to go in there claiming that he's a journalist. He can use that excuse. And he said, okay, I'll just use that excuse and go in there with him. And that's a choice he chose. So it is what it is. How so? Be specific. Chris says, what do you mean by how? What do you mean by how so? I'm explaining it. I hope I am. Mr. Big Angry says he can report the news on the cell block. Mr. Big Angry says he's a nobody. That's what I said. Yes, he's been fired. Exactly, Mr. Big Angry. Free Thinker says what happened to Don Lemon? He took his, well, we're going to show that. He took his ass eventually inside of a church where the pastor was being accused or of being affiliated with ICE. And they basically disrespected the service and they bum rushed and basically stopped what they were doing for their shenanigans of showing up unannounced and uninvited inside of a church. And Don Lemon chose to join in the festivities of what was going on. He partook in what they were doing by being there. Even though he had a microphone and he was talking or whatever, he still allowed himself to look like he was a part of it. And that's what they're going to use against him. Because all they got to say is, well, Don, didn't you choose to go walk up in that church? Couldn't you have waited by the door, in the parking lot, by the stairwell? You know, you chose physically to walk up in the church, open the door and walk on in. He's not really going to have a good way to argue out of that. He's going to have to take it to the chin. He's not in jail right now. He's out now. Pepper Moon says, yes, he's definitely out. And I'm going to play what happened with that. You said, I think he's loving it. It brings attention to his failing popularity. Definitely. He did lose a lot with not being a journalist at CNN, but this will definitely bring his name back up and be more popularized, but not for the right thing, in my opinion. Don Lemon is a reporter reporting the news. Yeah. He can use that excuse, but we'll see if it flies. That's what I'm going to see if it does. You said this lemon been squeezed already, move on. All right. Mr. Big Angry says he's not in jail yet, but he was arrested and released. Yes. No, he's not, Terry. He's an active participant. That's what I say. And Butch says Lemon will still face a jury. That's going to be interesting. Pepper Moon says no, he won't. Mr. Big Angry says not necessarily Butch. And we'll see. I guess so. And HTH520 says, if it's not his conviction, then I don't want to hear it. Okay. Angel 1 says, Don Slime, a real reporter, doesn't bring up his opinions. Okay. Mr. Big Angry says, I see it now. And Carol Van Cleve says he was part of the plan. They were hugging on him and he brought the coffee and donuts. Did he really? Oh, wow. Okay. He helped organize the event. Mr. Big Angry says, I believe so. At least he knew every important detail to be there on time, to be out there in the snow before they went in. It was synchronized. It was synchronized to the point where it's very hard for him to say he was clueless. He cannot say he was clueless because he was there right before it's all began and he knew to show up, what address to be at, and all of that. So it was coordinated, it was synchronized. He looked like he was a part of it. And that's going to be the argument. Yes. You said today, anyone that has a camera says they are a journalist. Exactly. You said he thinks you have to just take whatever he wants to give. Exactly. Butch is a bot. You think so? Okay. Butch says, yes, I am. Okay. Carol says, you are so right. First time I heard you, highly respect your words of wisdom. Thank you for that. I appreciate you. So there's a lot of people that really think that we have to be dumbed down, full of emotionalism for Democrats. And I'm saying to hell with that. To hell with that American first. Always. It has to be American first. White, black, whatever you are. If you're American first, I rock with you. If you are over here with other ill will intention to take over America as an anchor baby or an immigrant, I'm not for that. I don't give a damn about you. I want you gone. Anyone that thinks like that, I want you gone. Fascism speeches, Terry says, okay. Butch says, you're so right about that cream puff. Okay, what's up, cream puff? Hey, what's up, African goddess? Terry, why is it fascism? Explain. Yeah, exactly. Please explain it. Carol says, I'm a white woman and I live paycheck to paycheck. I know many blacks who have great educations and are on or in highly paid vocations. But that's starting to change, Carol. The AI is taking over. A lot of different opportunities that used to be is drying up. And also Trump has done away with DEI and other ways in which a lot of minority groups took advantage of. He's slashed and dashed a lot of things. So there are a lot of people that are freshly fired from the federal government that were black and other people exactly doing federal jobs. I mean, I understand that there are many other white people living check to check, and as many other groups of people are living check to check. I just wanted to emphasize the fact that we have the vast majority, I would say maybe 40 to 50% of Black Americans are living check to check, if not 60%. Maybe there are 40% living well, doing great, but those people don't speak out. They tend to stay to themselves. They exclude themselves from the community at large. They just be successful on their own and kind of like make their own way in life and stay secluded. And they don't lend any knowledge or any help to the Black community overall. They kind of like leave us to fend for ourselves. And the only thing that we have to hold on to in a lot of people's mind, unfortunately, are the Democrats who never do anything for Black folks, except keep the mentality of we help the poor. The Democrats put that out there. We help every minority group. We assist the poor. We help with this, with with health insurance and, welfare and HUD and things of that nature. And they think that that's what we should be aspiring for. Instead of us wanting to be entrepreneurs, own our own businesses, have better insight into how we can change our community overnight with better planning and better expectations from the government to assist in bringing us out of the mindset of just being limited and broken and settling. That's the mindset that the Democrats want to keep us at. They don't want to encourage us to look beyond and find other avenues to to make it better for our situation and our community overall. They want to keep us poor and downtrodden and limited and asked out. That's what the Democrats want us to be like or think on. And that's why, unfortunately, you have more Black Americans than I would like to see that is rocking with Democrats, because they are tapped out in their mind and their spirit. And they pretty much have given up on themselves, because the Democrats have told them that's what we have to offer. That's it for you. And that's sad. That is really sad. Anyways, I kind of rambled. But yes, there are white people as well who are living check to check. And I would implore all Americans who want to see America become better to get away from the Democrats, to really look into Republicans or independents or other parties to help and assist us. Unfortunately, not a lot of other parties have a lot more clout to really be looked upon as much. I don't even know any independent type of candidate that's been out there. I know the Green candidate, Green Party or whatever like that sometimes is talked about. But all we seem to have is either Democrat or Republican for the most part. And I believe that the Republicans are trying to do a big reset and get rid of all the scamming and frauding that has been taking effect. At least it seems that way right now. Okay, I'm not saying that the Republicans were without air, because they still allow a lot of racist individuals to pretty much make up a lot of their Republican side. And they don't like me for nothing. You know what I'm saying? So it's kind of hard to full-fledged rock with Republicans and become a Republican, knowing that a lot of them don't care for my people at all. They don't want no parts. They don't want us to come up. They don't want us to be bettered. It's kind of sad. But then you have the Democrats who just lie to us all the time and pretend like they care, and they don't. They can care less. They just want to use us for everybody else. So we really don't have a nice, safe party to like rest our head on. We don't really have a nice party to rest our head on right now. And I hope that Trump and others will really get the memo and understand that we have needs too. Like all these other groups of people that have been helped. We need to be helped too. We might need to be helped a little bit different, but we still need to be helped too. Just like white Americans also need to be helped too. Needed to be supported, and other Americans need to be supported. But the key word is American. That's the part that the Democrats don't care for us to care for. They want us to care for humans, humanity, everybody. And that can't really work in society. Nobody lives like that no more, or can live like that any longer. It has to be about the people that's of the soil first. And after you organize and reset and get things in order the right way, functioning the right way, clearing out all the clutter, basically doing a spring cleaning before spring, then you can look to other places to help them as well. But after you helped Americans first, that's the way in which I believe it should be. That's what I kind of thought Trump was on. That's what I hope that he will continue to be on. and not veer from. But we will see what happens in the next few months. Okay. Walt, is that Walt T? Okay, you said who's suffering? Real U.S. citizens, black, white, magnificence, everyone's that has been there for centuries. Yes, we are. We've been ignored for such a long time. The reason why I speak more about Black Americans, because I am a Black American, and I think that a lot of us have been really under a spell of the Democrats. A lot of us have been trained and reared for a very long time, for decades, to only see Democrats and to only look at Republicans as being the KKK. And they really did a good number on us, making us believe that without ever questioning what the Democrats were on, without back checking to invest or investigate what they were doing and how they were moving and asking critical questions. We weren't doing any of that. We were just blindly voting for anyone that was a Democrat. And now look at us in the predicament we're in now. We see the allegiance of the Democrats for being for everybody else but Americans. Y'all can't tell me that they don't care about, you can't tell me they care about Americans first. You cannot, because of how they are showcasing themselves right now, fighting so hard to cling on to the illegals and the aliens here in America. They're fighting tooth and nail. They're willfully participating in anti-protests. They're giving their bodies to be used as sacrifices. We have never seen anybody that's white, in my mind, has ever given their body up for a cause, for illegals, until now. They don't give up their bodies for the cause for American plights. I've never seen it. If so, let me know. If you know of other white people have given up their body as sacrifice, and as far as protesting, like we have seen, that have died sacrificing for other people other than Americans, let me know. I mean, other than Americans. African Goddess says none of the protesters appear to be Somalian. I've seen a couple of them, but not a lot. Definitely not a lot. They're leaving it to white folks, and they're hoping that black folks will come aboard and do all the fighting for them. But you're right, there's only a couple that I've seen here and there. Not many. Because they want us to do all the sacrifice for them. And that's the typical immigrant. They want us to bear our bodies for them. They're used to the story of Malcolm X and Martin Luther King, Dr. Martin Luther King, and others laying down their lives, taking bullets for our advancement. And they're like, well, why mess up this game plan? Get back out there and sacrifice for our plights. That's what they believe. That's why they've been arguing with us online. There's so many videos out there with Latinos arguing, Somalians hopping up on platforms arguing and begging for so-called unity, knowing damn well they never thought about us any other time until they got in trouble. Now all of a sudden they talking about let's unify, black and brown and all this other bullshit. You weren't saying that stuff 5-6 years ago. So if you weren't saying it then, don't say it now. It's simple. You said each individual needs to find their own path to success or not. Well, I would not say that that's fair, Carol, because it's not fair across the board. I mean, for instance, there's a New Jersey past mayor who has been called out for wanting to harm black folks because he's bigoted. He was an Italian guy. Let me see what his name was. I'm going to give you an example of what I mean. But this past mayor of New Jersey put out to his police officers to basically target Black Americans. So when you have stuff like that going on, when you have bigoted people a part of the power structure, you have to not forget that those things still exist. And I was shocked to hear about this guy just yesterday. I didn't even know his name. Okay, let me showcase this. Hold on, what's this? Hold on. Let me see if I'm going to use this just to get his name again. I forgot his name. Where'd he go? Okay, listen to this real quick.
My name is Ty.
So he's being sued, I believe. He told the police to keep Black folks out of New Jersey, out of his town, okay? His name is, or was, as the mayor, Salvatore Bornasco. And this is what he had to say. Let me go back and let you hear this real quick. But this is what I mean. If things were even across the board, if people weren't bigoted, if people weren't racist, if people were looking at Black folks as normal as any other American, then I would believe in what you're saying right here. But that doesn't happen a lot of times. And this is why you have to factor in other things.
Racism at the center of a new lawsuit against a township in New Jersey, its police department, and a former mayor. That criminal complaint filed by the state of New Jersey alleges Clark Township and police department leaders regularly instructed officers to keep Black people out of Clark. And the state attorney general says Clark leaders put policies in place with that goal in mind. New Jersey reporter Tony Yates live this evening in Clark with details on these disturbing allegations. Tony?
Yes, Sandra, we reached out to the current mayor of Clark, Angel Albanese. The township clerk said that the mayor would have no comment about the attorney general's complaint, which is asking for, among other things, continued oversight of not only the township, but of the police department as well.
The investigation into discrimination in Clark Township has been ongoing for years now. The Union County Prosecutor's Office assumed control over the police department back in 2020 after a whistleblower's recordings documented racist remarks by former Mayor Salvatore Bonacorso and police leaders at the time, and numerous complaints were filed by the public against police. Attorney General Matt Platkin and the Division on Civil Rights says Clark officials systematically discriminated against and harassed Black and other non-white drivers, and that those efforts were led and encouraged by Mayor Bonacorso and Police Chief Pedro Matos. The investigation reveals Bonacorso instructed officers to, quote, keep Black people out of Clark. For example, by focusing more patrols and traffic stops on roadways coming from neighboring towns that have higher minority populations, and using the excuse of smelling marijuana as a reason to stop and search Black and Hispanic drivers.
So he had a whole setup for police officers, a script to follow, for them to just pull randomly over Black folks or even sometimes other melanated people and claim that they smelled marijuana and basically harass or make up charges against those people to disrupt their lives. So how am I to believe that that kind of thing should not be factored into? When you have mayors and other people that sometimes come out of the blue. Even judges been caught up with scandals, being caught on open mics and singing racist things, or causing just different charges and different endings of, you know, them being accused of different crimes that they didn't commit, and they're charged, and the judge just forwards the cases and causes people to their lives to be ruined, and they go to jail and they didn't even commit the crimes, and then they get exonerated later, years and years upon years later. And most times a lot of them are Black Americans. This is why you have to factor in when you have those types of people that are still in our midst, unfortunately. You know, if it wasn't that way, then I would say what you're saying is justified, Carol. But in this case and a lot of other cases is not. So that's why I say you have to diligently look at things as they are, not as you hope that they be. You can't just blindly assume that things are fair when they're really not, you know. And that's why a lot of Black people do bring up, you know, police brutality, because a lot of those cases of being pulled over, people, they make up stuff, they plant stuff, you know, and they escalate things unnecessarily. And then they make up charges sometimes and just destroy people's lives. Put them in jail, separate them from their families. Do the Democrats come out and protest like hell? Do they put their body on the line like hell to prevent that kind of thing from happening? No, they don't. They don't, but they are putting their bodies on the line for so-called, you know, well, not so-called, they are illegals, they are aliens, they are strangers, they're not Americans, but they're willing to do what it takes. Okay, let's get back to this video, because I need to fast forward a little bit after this. But I want you guys to hear how dedicated they are to the illegals.
So if you are a white ally, again, and you have anything activism identifying, do not go in with the first wave. You wait until you come in with us as people of color. Okay?
So they're getting the operation together. Again, this is an operation that is a secret, that they invited folks out. Can't tell you what is going to happen, but you're going to watch it live unfold here on the Don Lemon Show. There are for this reason, it may look like MAGA coded, but there's a reason they have so many white people here. I'm just going to be honest. It's because of the operation that they're doing today. It's important to have allies, as they said, white allies here. So that is what I could say. I turned our camera off of them because they're giving some critical information here. But there we go. Everybody's ready to go. Let's go. Okay. Thank you guys for allowing me to be here. Okay, thank you guys. Okay, all right. How are you?
Good.
See, we're on. We're not saying what it is, what's going on, but thank you. Tell us why you're doing this.
So
this is Nakima Levy Armstrong. She's on the show
Nakima
on Friday.
Levy Armstrong, civil rights attorney.
And this is Nakima, who also is affiliated with Black Lives Matter. I believe she's of Haitian descent. She's not a Black American. But she works for Black Lives Matter, and she takes her orders, I believe, from globalists such as George Soros and others to promote this disruption at the church, to try to bring on board Black Americans to care, showcasing themselves to try to get under our heartstrings and whatnot. And I'm saying, do not fall for this baloney, for this shenanigans. She is not worthy of us to care. As I say, in my mind, anyone associated with the Black Lives Matter is forever not to be included in our minds of concern. They showcase their ass to us. They scammed us 90 million bucks. They cannot revamp and start all over again as if they never did nothing wrong. They're forever, in my mind, just asked out. And just because she's showing up and being all, in the snow and all that, I don't give a damn. She did this for ulterior motives that does not include caring for Black Americans. She just wants us to be involved in what she's doing, to be used as useful fools as usual. And I don't respect these people right here. They don't serve any purpose for us. They just want to use us to diminish us.
Time activists here in the community, and we protest and do activism in all kinds of ways. This is Operation Pull Up, more of a clandestine operation. We show up somewhere that is a key location. They don't expect us to come there, and then we disrupt business as usual. So that's what we're about to go do right now. We've had a lot of success with the times we have done Operation Pull Up.
Yeah.
After George Floyd was killed, we went to the Police Federation head's home and staged a demonstration there. We also went to the head of the U.S. Marshals from Minnesota after Winston Smith was killed by the U.S. Marshals. We went there after Daunte Wright was killed when AG Keith Ellison refused to take the case. And we forced the prosecutor who lived in Stillwater to take the case by showing up there 4 times. So this is our next action to call for justice for Renee Good and ICE out of Minnesota.
But you get the results.
Yes, we get results.
And with Daunte Wright, you got results.
We got results because the AG's office was forced to take the case, and they successfully prosecuted the cop who killed Daunte Wright. The U.S. Marshal got uprooted from her position from Minnesota, and then this was the start of weakening the leadership of the head of the Police Federation, Bob Kroll, who later we filed a lawsuit against, and he cannot be a law enforcement agency in Hennepin County, Anoka, or Ramsey for 10 years. So we've had success every single time.
How long do you think before this operation?
Yeah, and this success only benefited her and the few of her and her kind who joined forces for the Black Lives Matter. And also she was a part of the NAACP back in 2015 and 2016. She is described in the Wikipedia as being American lawyer, social justice activist, president of the Minneapolis chapter of the NAACP, again of 2015 to 2016. She has led a variety of organizations that focus on issues of racial equality and disparity in the Minneapolis-St. Paul area. Again, I believe derived from globalists that supported and propped her up and others like her. It also says she was a professor of law at the University of St. Thomas in Minneapolis from 2003 to 2016. After concluding her term as NAACP chapter president and leaving her academic post, she campaigned unsuccessfully for mayor of Minneapolis in 2017. She's been a prominent local activist in several protests over the killing of Black Americans by police officers. She has been involved in lawsuits to prevent Minneapolis from eliminating single-family zoning, arguing that doing so would harm the environment and communities of color. Let me see. Did it outright say she was Black Lives Matter, though? It did say she was NAACP. Let me see. Hold on. Let me see if she is. It doesn't say there. Hold on. Let me look a little bit more into her background. Nakima Armstrong. Okay, it doesn't outright say that she was a part of the Black Lives Matter, but she definitely was involved in the protesting of it. And let me see, what does it say? it's more or less the NAACP that she was more or less involved in. Okay, so not really Black Lives Matter, but still rubbed elbows with them. And the NAACP is no longer about Negroes. It's not about Black Americans. It's about everybody else. They are now also participating in support of illegals. So again, they have turned Democratic, just like the Black Caucus has turned Democratic. NAACP, Black Lives Matter, and all these groups have turned Democratic. They are not separate entities outside of Democrats. They more or less work together as a network of people that are in cahoots with Democrats. And again, she organized this. I'm pretty sure she didn't think on this by her little lonesome. She didn't think about it on her own. She had other people over her trying to encourage her to do what she did. Let's look a little bit more before I fast forward it, and we'll look at what happened in the church, and then we'll get to Don Lemon after he left jail, and we'll see what he had to say. But I just wanted to show a little bit of more context of what happened before they went to the church, what was stated before the church, who are these people that got involved with going inside the church, and basically why are they been arrested and what the charges of them and whatnot, what they do.
How long do you think before this operation before it takes place?
We got to go now and get there.
Let's go.
All right, thank you.
We'll see you there. Yeah, thank you. Okay, so we're gonna go to the operation again. We're not gonna give any of the information away. But as Nakima said, this is the clandestine operation, and then we can tell you what's gonna happen afterward. But I gotta say, I've been really heartened by. Can we pull up? Yeah. You want to switch sides? Let me grab this. All right, so look, we're live here. This is live raw. Mike doesn't have a cup holder back there, unless you do. It's probably in the.
Yeah, I have one.
Here, can you help him? Just grab that stuff. Put it on the other side. Are you good, Mike?
Yeah, just one of my hands is like frozen.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I got a hammer one.
Yeah, it is. What's the temperature here?
About 2 to 4 degrees right now.
Yeah, 2 to 4 degrees, and it's snowing. You gotta. Go ahead. You just take care of that. Do you have hand warmer, Mike?
I got it right here.
And Mike, I'm gonna put this in the door. Do you want your coffee?
No, I'm okay.
All right, gotta look out for my homie here. Oof. All right. Can we show everyone? Let me show everybody this. We went to the Starbucks here. You know where we're going, right?
Yep.
We went to the Starbucks here. The guy's like, does anybody tell you that you look just like Don Lemon? And I said, yeah, do you see my hat? And he goes, I know, I'm sorry. What do you say? I'm embarrassed from hiding right now.
Yeah.
And then he wrote this on our cup. He said, thank you for your work, Crush Ice. Yeah.
So now let's fast forward it to when they got to the church, because I want to show what they did. Again, he knew where to go. He knew where to interview the lady at, Nakima Armstrong and whatnot. He can't say that he was totally out of the situation because he went inside. He chose to do what happened. So let me get to that part before they went in or when they went in. Hold on. Again, I am not a hater of Don Lemon. I actually liked him before. I have a different mindset though now, because I see how Blacks have been used to disarm us and to manipulate us. They are not there to support us, really. We're just useful tools to them. And I'm just not down for that activity any longer. And so if Don Lemon is allowing himself to be utilized to be a crash dummy, I'm just not in support of him any longer like that. So he's on his own in my mind. I'm not there to save him. I'm not there to put him in a better light. He can use his own wit and skills and money to get out of the rut that he allowed himself to be put in. And there's 4 of them that decided to do what he did as journalists, and they did not have to do what they did. So irregardless of them being black, regardless, it's not enough for me to side with them, and I'm not going to do it. So let me now go to the part where they're inside the church. He had long streams talking about this. Let me find it. Let's see where it happened at. All right, I'll just go to a short. We're not going to extend it too long. I just want y'all to see what happened. Come on. Wow. Anyways, I don't know why I can't find it, but I'll just go off of what I have. While I look for it, let's get to the other people that talked in this journalist press conference thing that they did just yesterday. And I'll take my time and look for it while this is going on. If you guys have not yet, please hit the like button. Please share and subscribe to the channel. I am For Black Righteous Folks Home. And the reason why I decided to do a channel is because I wanted to have more voices that were not brainwashed into believing that you have to be a crash dummy for the Democrats. I want my independent mind, and I am an independent voter who happened to vote for Trump this time because I thought he was on the right side of history as far as getting out the illegals. That's the only reason why I voted for him, for that very reason. And so I am in support of ICE because they need to do a hard job. But let's listen now to the journalists arrested by federal agents. It says you didn't stop a thing, you started something. It says journalists speak after Georgia's Forrest arrest. And I'll showcase Georgia Forts, who is very interesting too. She is a journalist, and I guess she's very popular or whatever. A lot of people are bringing her up in a lot of different videos as if she is somebody important for us to care about. And as I don't care about Don Lemon being arrested, I don't care about her being arrested. I don't care about nan one of them being arrested. It does not matter to me. They are black. So what?
Pardon me if this is new to me, because normally I'm on that side of the camera. But today, I and many of my colleagues are called to be on this side of the camera. And it is one of the scariest moments of my life and in my career to know that a fellow journalist, a top journalist, an award-winning journalist, a 3-time Emmy award-winning journalist, the only journalist who was in the courtroom during the Derek Chauvin trial. So she is a vetted journalist whose credentials are impeccable.
We believe the world needs more infrastructure investment to both boost economic growth and support.
journalist whose credentials are impeccable is right now sitting in federal custody for doing her duty. She's in custody for doing what you all are doing right at this very moment. I want y'all to hear that. She's in custody for doing what you're doing right now. So if you think for one moment that you are protected, this is the wake-up call to let us know that these don't stop bullets. They don't stop arrest. They don't stop the death threats that we get for doing our job. These don't do a damn thing. And I need all of us to be awake to that fact that Georgia Fort, because I haven't yet said her name yet, that Georgia Fort is in federal custody for doing her job. And if we leave here with anything today, let's leave here making sure that the main thing stays the main thing. Journalism is under attack.
Yeah.
The First Amendment is under attack.
Yeah.
And democracy is crumbling.
Yep.
Yes. If we allow this to happen, if we don't speak up in the loudest voice, all of our so-called freedoms, our illusion of freedom goes away. So I know I didn't introduce myself when I started. My name's Harry Colbert Jr. I am the Vice President for the Center of Broadcast Journalism and Power 104.7. Georgia Fort is our president of the Center of Broadcast Journalism, and she has her own entity, Black Press and Georgia Fort. With that being said, I'm first going to ask a longtime activist, a past president of the NAACP, to speak. We're going to have several members of the media that are going to come and speak to you, and then a couple of members of Georgia's family would like to make brief statements.
Grace and peace, everyone. Again, my name is Leslie E. Redmond, and I cannot tell you how outraged I am to be standing in this same place again. For many of us, we stood here in 2020 after the murder of Brother George Floyd. We stayed here too many times to count, and we said then that it was a state of emergency. I want you all to know that the emergency is still ongoing. When you have journalists being arrested for reporting, when you have truth tellers being held captive, we are under a state of emergency. And you're going to have to ask yourself, what are you doing right now? We talk about what we would have done if we were around when slavery was going on in the Underground Railroad. Well, this is it.
Here we go again, referencing slavery. That's all they know how to do, to try to get us all emotional and give a damn about everybody else every single time. And this tactic is worn out, it is drawn out, and is old, it's decrepit, and it ain't gonna fly any longer. It's not gonna fly any longer unless you want to be brainwashed, unless you want to be a useful tool for Democrats. Then you will hear this big mouth fool right here talking out the side of her neck, licking her chops when she brings up slavery. Look at her. She's just getting going. And you should not allow yourself to be pulled in so easily by these fraudsters of these Democrats that are useful tools for Democrats. I hope that they all go to jail or pay a price, pay a fine, whatever they got to do. But shut the fuck up.
Right now, we are under attack. Georgia's family is here. And I want to tell you all that I was talking to Sister Georgia, and she was afraid of being arrested. And I told her, they're not going to arrest journalists. They tried that with Don Lemon. It didn't work. And now Don Lemon and Georgia Fort are under arrest. We are under attack. We are being targeted, and it's not just individuals. Our democracy is under attack. Our Constitution is under attack. This is not a joke. This is not a drill. And I want for everybody that's watching across the nation to know that you are next. Minnesota is holding the line. And we can't hold it by ourselves. This is not a black people or white people or religion or age or any of these things. We are fighting for human rights. We are fighting for our humanity and our democracy. And nobody fought harder than Georgia. She is the ultimate professional. She is so intentional. But we saw after Alex was killed on Saturday, journalists were being tear gassed. King Demetrius, who's going to speak to you as a boot on right now. They are not paying attention to passes, badges, and they're not paying attention to our democracy and our Constitution. And I want to tell y'all, we have to stand for something or fall for anything. This is a state of emergency.
But you're falling for anything. The illegals are not our issue. It's theirs. You're falling for anything. You're a big mouth clown for Democrats. You're too loud. You're giving me a damn headache. You're doing too much. Okay? Not everybody's plight we got to go and surrender our life for. But this is what they want us to be trained on. Oh, black people, mobilize. It's your time to shine. It's okay if you get killed out there. We need a couple of you guys' body to be also a poster for the illegals. That's what they want. That's what they're striving to get. That's what they want above anything. They are licking their chops and hoping that some stupid black American is going to just go out there and do what Renee Good did, do what the what's his name, Pretty did, Jeffrey, is his name Jeffrey did, or Alex, excuse me, did, and sacrifice and succumb to being silly. That has nothing to do with your survival. The illegals got to go. But she's trying to link us and our plight to be side by side with illegals. People that are not American, people that are not deserving of rights that we actually died over, bled over, fought over, suffered over. And they want to just hand those rights that we had to actually put in our life for and just hand it over to illegals that are not deserving of our rights that we had to put in time and effort into. That's very disrespectful to our ancestors, truth be told. They need to go and die for their own situations in their own countries. Demand their governments to get it together. They have issues with their government. Why can't they put that same effort and focus on their own government to make changes over where they're from? Why does everything have to go and run through us, through our plight first? I'm tired of people springboarding off of our plight, utilizing our ancestors, utilizing what we garnered, and taking advantage of it like it's candy. They're not deserving of what we fought on, what we fought for. They're not deserving of it. But these clowns that are paid shills, they're paid Democratic shills, and they're living the best life. And all they have to do from time to time, come out and act a fool, scream and holler, talk all crazy and reckless about what we need to go do. And once they get us to go and do whatever they want us to do, which is vote for the Democrat, basically everything evolves around, in the end, vote for the Democrat. And before that, now protest and put your body in the front line for the illegals. Those are the orders that they want us to go do. And you will be a stupid nutty bar if you did it. Fight back and tell these fools hell No, you go do it. You go sacrifice your life and I'll just report on it. That's what I'm going to do. When you fall and you bump your head and you go to jail or you end up unalived, I'm just going to report on it and do it moving. I'm not attaching no emotion to none of you clowns. Just that easy. None of you guys are deserving of my emotion. You're not deserving of me caring because you ultimately don't care about me. So this fake cry and yelling, screaming, and acting like a banshee ghetto bird is not enough for me to care.
And I'm wondering where our leadership is. Where is Governor Walz? Where is Mayor Fry? Where are all of our representatives? And if you want to run for office and you're not standing with community, you don't have a shot. I am sick and tired of being sick and tired. I'm tired of standing up here. And Georgia is a wife. She is a mother. She's a business owner. She's a journalist. She should not be in jail right now. And everybody should be outraged about that. This does not make any sense. This is real trauma. This is not a joke. Trump, this is not a show. This is not a game. This is people's real life.
The Tuscan villa really brought out the romantic in Steve. And a desire for the perfect back.
This is not a game. This is people's real life. And I want everybody. The world is watching Minnesota once again. Once again, we're under the microscope because we're not being protected and we can't get it right. And it's not on the community. And nothing's burnt to the ground. Y'all always making excuses. Y'all want to act like this is us against them. No, we're under attack. And the people have not even begun to fight back. We can't even record. We can't even stand. We can't even live. People can't leave their houses. People are losing their jobs. People are afraid. And Georgia had the courage to record it. And now she's arrested. Where is our constitutional rights? We are under attack and you all better wake up before it's too late to wake up. It's not a joke. It's not a drill. When journalists are getting arrested, you all better be afraid. This is a state of a...
I'm not afraid because I'm not going to find myself out in those predicaments. I'm steering clear of any protest involving ICE. It's not my plight. It's not my fight. I do not care. I'm steering clear and not ever being involved in none of this. That's how I know I'm going to be okay. Because my ass ain't dumb enough to go. And I'm telling Black Americans, you don't need to get all emotional and falling for this trap of this big mouth ghetto bird speaking out, telling you that you need to care when you don't. These illegals don't give a damn about you. They came to replace you, to take over you, basically. So why in the world would you care? So now I done found a video from Tucker Carlson is his name, I think. Hold on, let me see. He has a video that he did 8 days ago, Tucker Carlson. And he shows a clip of Don Lemon in the church. So I'm going to play that real quick before I get back to the journalists yelling and screaming and carrying on.
Renee Gunn! Renee Gunn! Where are you? Where are you? Where are your people? Why are you not at Whipple every day fighting for the humanity, standing for our people? Where are you? You drink your coffee, you got your jewelry, you have your nice clothes, but what do you do? What do you do to stand for your Somali and Latino communities? I'm not going to comment. You have no comment, exactly.
Again, this was in church in the middle of preaching that they decided to come and bogart in and walk all in and act a fool. And they don't think that they are deserving of any type of consequence. They knew that they could have waited outside the doors of the church and waited for the people to come out and do their thing then. Okay? They could have got some interviews outside. They could have said and yelled outside the door, making a ruckus outside the church, where they could hear them while they were giving and preaching and carrying on, and maybe a couple of them going in to record their reaction to what they heard outside the church. But they did not have to go in there and act a fool. And the journalists did not have to follow behind the Democrat crash dummies to be partakers of crashing out for the Democrats. They chose to do it, and they earn what they're going to get.
People who are living lavish, comfortable lives while children are dragged into concentration camps. You're living real life, nice lives with your lattes, doing absolutely nothing for your Latino and Somali brothers and sisters. You come here to a man wearing a suit. Is a preacher? Did Jesus wear a suit? Did Jesus profit off the words? No. Jesus would dine with immigrants. You do not touch me. Touch me again and see what happens. Hey, you are a fake Christian. Why are you not standing with your Somali and Latino communities? Why do I not see you out at Whipple every day protesting this attack on humanity? Where are you? You're sinners. You're pretending to be Christians. But we know you live an easy life, don't you? A very easy life while people are starving. Shame.
Man. Is that man capable of violence? Well, he's committing it, of course. Disrupting a church service, people who mean no one harm, who are committing no crime, who've done nothing wrong, screaming at him for being white Christians. That's it right there. That's it right there. And you should know that that's not the last clip like that you're going to see, not just tonight, but in the future, because that's the animating spirit behind what you're watching. No one is making an economic case for mass migration. Nobody is making an economic case for keeping tens of millions of illegals in this country, because there isn't an economic case for it. There is no case that begins with, let me tell you how this will make our country better. No one even makes that case. The case they're making is we are replacing the people who founded this country, who built the system for themselves, by the way, with a brand new people who have very little in common with those people. And why are we doing that? Because we hate.
If you got hit, even as a passenger or in an Uber, you would need to try this.
And it's not just...
Okay, I was trying to find Don Lemon, though. Maybe he doesn't have a clip of that. Hold on. Let me find a small clip. But again, he's telling the truth as far as the intentions of illegals and aliens. They're not coming to love on Black Americans or any other American. They're coming to take what they can get, to get over, and then basically run for office like Ilhan Omar and prop up her people and prop up the place where she's from, scamming and going around. Now she's also running around with a skit, pretending that she was attacked, and I'll get to that a little bit later. But they're all fraudsters. They're all connivers. They're all pretenders, gaslighters, everything under the sun. They're fake as hell. They are just fake individuals. There is no truth in them whatsoever. They're all about deceiving the masses of people. If you don't pay attention, you will be played on.
This is an operation that is a secret, that they invited folks out.
This is Operation Pull Up, more of a clandestine operation. We show up somewhere. They don't expect us to come there, and then we disrupt business as usual.
So right now it's kind of mayhem. We're not part of the activists, but we're here just reporting on them. Did they explain to you why they're here? They did not. They said that there's someone here with Easterwood, someone who is a member of ICE and who's a pastor of the church.
Our church had gathered for worship, which we do every Sunday. We asked them to leave, and they obviously have not left.
So this is what the First Amendment is about the freedom to protest.
There's
protesters here, and then you look at the people there who are praying. And you know what was the interesting thing? If these two groups could just get together, they might figure out what to do.
I don't necessarily agree with everything that's going on in the Twin Cities right now, but I don't think it's good to fight fire with fire. I think it's good to speak up. I think it's good to protest, but I think it's better to do it in a peaceful way.
Yeah, that was interesting to watch. And, you know, I imagine it's uncomfortable and traumatic for the people here.
They think you lost and this didn't accomplish anything, and you went into their house, the house of the Lord.
The reality is the house of the Lord is a place where love lives. It's not a place where you can have a pastor masquerading as the director for the field office in St. Paul.
This is an operation that is...
Again, even though he's playing it off like he was just the reporter, the journalist, he happened to know the time, he knew where to go, he knew the pull-up scenario, he was told to be there, and he decided and chose to go inward despite his better judgment, and he has to live with the repercussions of what he decided to do. You know, it is what it is. But again, I believe because Black Americans was not in support of the illegals, they weren't protesting, they weren't throwing their bodies in the front line, they weren't allowing themselves to be sacrificed, they weren't terrorizing businesses, they weren't vandalizing nowhere, they weren't burning nothing up, they weren't screaming and hollering, acting a fool and crashing out. They decided to orchestrate this invasion of the church so that they can draw attention to themselves in hopes of getting Black voters on board. And now they're caught up being arrested, and now they have to go to trial or whatever else has to happen. And they think that that's just enough for us to forget about our stance of not in support of illegals. And I'm here to tell you, Democrats, it's not enough, because we know in the end, you will just move on about your merry way in support of illegals over us. And we'll be looking and feeling dumber than ever. And it's just not worth the risk. You've never given us nothing. You've never cared about us before like that. You only like to use our deaths and unfortunate feelings of how we feel to use against us, to basically signal us to be emotional idiots for you. And we have decided in 2025 and 2024, after the election was won by Trump, that we were not going out like that no more. And I hope that the bulk of us will get it together. I do understand that there are still diehard Democrats, no matter what. They don't know no better because they're not researching. They're not paying attention. But it's obvious if you're looking at how hard the Democrats are fighting for illegals, that you are not the person that they care for. And so that should be motivation enough for you to stop being their fool any longer. I'm going to play now this Nakima Levy Armstrong before I get back to the other journalists, because she is trying to say now that Don Lemon didn't know where he was going, but he was there to follow behind what she was doing. And he still chose to walk inside the church and to interview and do what he did. So all the ruckus that they caused, he included himself there. So I don't really believe there's a lot of things that he can say to get out of that. I mean, you can't cancel one right for another. So if there's a right for people to praise and worship, you can't put on top of that right the freedom of protest, which cancels out the freedom of worship to make it seem like it supersedes their right. You know, I don't think that that's a good enough argument, because you are trampling on their right of worship. And they have to be held to the fire for that. But they're willful fools for the Democrats, because they're well paid. They're living their best life. They figure if they have to go to jail, it ain't going to be a lot of time. So they can pull the strings of Black Americans to fall for their shenanigan, and business as usual. But this time, you guys are not going to get it like that. This time, we're going to let you fall on your sword. We're going to let you pay for the consequence of what you've done. And when you get it over with, you get it over with. And you can move on about your life, whether or not you succeed in court or not. It remains to be seen. I will be reporting on it. But I'm not going to be giving myself to you to have emotions about it, one way or the other.
I want to bring in someone who can give us actual information of whether or not the allegations against Don Lemon make sense or not. And I don't even know that prosecutors even asked to speak with her about it, when who would know better than one of the organizers? Civil rights attorney, ordained minister, Nekima Levy Armstrong. Nekima, thank you for joining me again. I got to tell you, I was pleasantly surprised that you said yes tonight. So, attorney to attorney, okay? Was Don Lemon part of your organized effort?
Well, first, let me correct something. You said that the federal government is the most powerful entity on the planet. I beg to differ. God Almighty is the most powerful entity on the planet.
No, the entity that you serve is the Democrats. Okay, that's the entity that you serve. You can play like you care about God, but you're not believable. I don't believe nothing that comes from her mouth or from any other Democrat's mouth. It's all an act. It's all pretend. They are grifting us right here, or attempting to.
That's number one. Number two, we didn't go into the church to do anything illegal. We didn't intend to do anything illegal, nor did we do anything illegal. That's why you don't hear any allegations of violence. You see a very flimsy indictment from the federal government. So in terms of your question with regard to Don Lemon, he had no idea what was going to happen. So my first time ever connecting with Don Lemon was on the Friday before this protest. There were a few of us. So myself, Georgia Fort, and another local organizer who were on his show talking about ICE and their destruction in Minnesota. And we had also attended a congressional hearing that took place in Minnesota involving 28 congressional leaders. And so that was my first introduction to Don. So the next day, Saturday.
I just want to get through some simple points of fact here for a second. Just help me out for a second, okay? I asked you if Don Lemon was part of this organization and the effort. You say no. Was Georgia Fort part of the organization or the planning?
No. This is what I'm trying to explain to you.
Okay.
I posted a flyer.
But I'm just trying to get the answers out there on the record, Nekima.
I understand.
I'm just trying to get the answers just quickly without the exposition.
The backstory is important to help people understand how this unfolded. So on Saturday, I posted a flyer about this action with no details other than show up at the Cub Foods parking lot if you want to participate. So Saturday night, I got a call from Don asking about this protest. And I said, listen, I can't reveal any information about this protest. He said he would be heading into town on Sunday. I'm like, I have to treat you like everyone else. I cannot reveal any information about it because I don't want it to leak. And so I said, if you want to document what's happening, then show up at the Cub Foods parking lot like everybody else. Right? Okay. Same with Georgia.
Okay, let me ask
go ahead.
Let me ask you something else. Nekima. Did Don Lemon believe that you had been invited in by the preacher?
I'm not sure what he believed. He didn't even know we were going. He didn't even know we were going to a church. That's what I'm trying to explain to you.
Okay.
I gave people an address
Okay. That's
and said,
the
meet
answer.
us here. And I am not going to tell you where we're going. You just have to meet us at this address. And when we get there, you'll know what the situation is. That was literally the information that I gave people, because that is what Operation Pull Up is about. We don't reveal specific details about the location. So they didn't know they were going to a church. They didn't know the name of the church. That's the bottom line. I knew the church. I knew the name. I knew about David Easterwood, the ICE director, also serving as a pastor there. But he had no idea.
Okay. I stand corrected also. You were right. I don't, I have a tendency to want direct answers, obviously, but your exposition is helpful, because there is a clip of tape where Don Lemon says, I'm going to turn off the live feed right now because I don't want to expose their plans. That is a big part of the indictment. The government is using that as proof that Don Lemon knew what you were going to do and was trying to help you do it. Your response?
He had no idea what we were going to do. I am a very tight-lipped person when it comes to my organizing. So no one, not a single person other than my co-organizers, had any idea where we were going, what we were going to do. They didn't even know what was going to happen once we got inside the location. I waited for God. And once I heard the pastor's prayer, then I knew to get up, walk to the front, and ask him a question in response to his prayer, and then bringing in David Easterwood. So even the other protesters did not know when I was going to get up, what I was going to say, who was the focus in terms of David Easterwood. They literally had no idea. That is my hand to God truth. So for this man to be brought...
Okay, so even still, Don Lemon, seeing the church, hearing the pastor, hearing the people praising or singing or whatever they were doing, he knew it was a church. He knew what they were doing inside the church. And he still decided to take his ass up in the church as it was still going on. There's really no excuse, but I'm going to read from BBC about his charges. Former CNN host Don Lemon has been arrested and charged after entering a Minnesota church and filming anti-immigration enforcement protesters as they disrupted a service. After appearing in court, Lemon was released from custody. He told media outside that he was arrested for covering the news, adding, "I will not be silenced." Lemon was charged with conspiracy to deprive rights and interfering with religious freedoms by alleging obstructing someone's First Amendment rights by force. Lemon went into the city's church in St. Paul on 18th of January with protesters who said one of the pastors was an immigration enforcement official. Lemon, as the independent journalist, said he was taken into custody by federal agents on Thursday. He did not enter a plea in court. Last night, the DOJ sent a team of federal agents to arrest me in the middle of the night for something that I have been doing for 30 years, and that is covering the news, Lemon said. I have spent my entire career covering the news. I will not stop now, Lemon added. In fact, there is no more important time than right now, this very moment, for free and independent media that shines a light on the truth and holds those in power accountable. Lemon and 8 other co-defendants, including another journalist, have been charged with conspiracy against religious freedom at a place of worship and injuring, intimidating, and interfering with the exercise of the right of religious freedom at a place of worship. Don will fight these charges vigorously and thoroughly in court, his lawyer, Abe Loel, said earlier on Friday in a statement posted on Lemon's Instagram account. The lawyer added, "This unprecedented attack on the First Amendment and transparent attempt to distract attention from the many crises facing this administration will not stand. So my thing is, if in the Constitution there is freedom of worship, which I believe it is, I'm not sure if that's Amendment 4th, let me look. But him having the freedom of press should not be able to take advantage over the freedom of religion. And he thinks that he's exempt from not being able to, well, being able to just waltz into a church and infringe on people's freedom of worship. I don't understand that part. I don't think one is supposed to be greater than another. Let me see, freedom of religion. Let me see. What amendment is that? Okay, the First Amendment of the U.S. Constitution guarantees freedom of religion through two key clauses. The Establishment Clause, which prohibits the government from creating an official state religion or favoring one, and the Free Exercise Clause, which protects individuals' rights to practice their faith without government interference. Okay, that's also the First Amendment, the Freedom of Religion Amendment. Okay, while originally applied only to the Congress, the 14th Amendment has been interpreted. Okay, we're reading something else. Anyways, I don't think one swaps out another's right for their freedom. I mean, it does not say in the Constitution that this freedom or this amendment is greater than all the others. And if used, supersedes these other rights. I don't think it's worded like that. And that's the way in which Don is trying to make it seem like it should work. And I think he's dead wrong in assuming that that's the way it goes. And he's just wrong. I mean, all the journalists are wrong. They should not have forgotten about the religious aspect of freedom of religion. They know that Trump's not playing, and anything that you do that goes against what he's trying to do, he is going to get you. I don't know why people keep playing with President Trump. I don't get it. He has shown time and time again how serious he can get for close to nothing. And if you go against anything in the Constitution that he can use, he's going to use it. So they basically were willful crash out dummies for the Democrats. That's my argument. That's what I'm thinking on, and that's what I'm concluding. Basically, what Don Lemon and all these other unfortunate people have decided to do. Let me show you guys a quick video of the other lady that was brought out as being a journalist and supposedly a great journalist. I've never heard of her, but she seems to, I don't know. They put more on her than they need to, I believe, though. I don't see the point of them bruising her up like they have decided to do. She's like every other journalist in my mind. I don't think she's bigger than Don Lemon, actually. Let me find her real quick. If you guys have not yet, please hit that like button. Please share and subscribe. We are talking about these journalists who happen to be Black, who decided to trample on the rights of freedom of religion. And they think because they're journalists that they're supposed to be exempt. And I don't think it works out like that. I don't think that they should be exempt. And I don't think that Black Americans should get upset about them being held accountable. They got the money. They got the lawyers or whatever else. They can fend for themselves just by themselves. We don't need to get on board and put ourselves on the line for them. That's what they're hoping that we do. And I'm saying that none of us should do any of what they expect us to do. But let's look at this person here. Georgia Forts is another journalist that's been really talked about, propped up as being someone that's very special in the eyes of other people. And we supposed to look at her the same way. And we should be putting her on a pedestal of worship type of thing. And I'm saying, hell no.
I don't feel like I have my First Amendment right as a member of the press, because now federal agents are at my door arresting me for filming the church protest a few weeks ago. Again, I don't have a long time here, you guys, but I wanted you to know, for me, agents are at my door right now. My attorney has spoken with them. I did send a relative outside to talk to them. They're showing some type of documentation, apparently, that they got an indictment from a grand jury. I knew that I was on a defendant's list. I did not publish it because it was under seal. And so we've done everything that we can to try and abide by, the advice of our attorneys. But right now, you guys, I wanted you to know I'm going to have to hop off here and surrender to agents as a member of the press. I filmed the church protest a few weeks ago, and now I'm being arrested for that. It's hard to understand how we have a constitution, constitutional rights, when you can just be arrested for being a member of the press.
Nobody is arresting anything for being a member of the press, and I'm tired of people capping and pretending like that's the case. That's not the case. That's not what's happening here. And they're trying to justify basically being informed that they were going to storm into a church in a place of faith, and they would have never done this had it not been a Christian place of faith. And they stormed into a church and they interrupted people's worship service, which that's protected under the FACE Act, and they expected to have no consequences. First of all, freedom of speech is not freedom from consequences. So you are allowed to say whatever it is that you want to say, but there still are rules and parameters, even if you are a journalist, even if you are a member of the press, for you to have to abide by in order for you to be a law-abiding citizen. And you cannot, I repeat, you cannot storm into a place of worship, private property, and go in there and decide that you want to put a camera in people's faces, record people without their permission. This is not public property. It's not a public space. You can do that in a public space. You can record whatever you want, whenever you want to, and that's the other people's responsibility to ensure that they're not captured on camera. But when it comes to, and that's why when you leave a court building, or when you see people leaving after celebrities get arrested, then they try to cover their face after they coming out and stuff like that. But you can't just storm into a building, especially a place of worship, and that is protected under the FACE Act. You cannot storm into a building and say, well, they trying to censor and do journalism. That's not true. You just don't want to be accountable for your actions, and just because you got a camera don't mean that you can do so.
I don't feel like
okay.
I have my
So I don't know anything about the FACE Act, but let me look that up real quick. Again, I don't think unless somebody can show me in the Constitution that one right is superior over the other rights to cancel out that particular right, let me know if there's such a thing. If there's such a thing. But I think that they're all pretty much equal. So you using your freedom of press does not supersede the right of freedom of religion. And they should have thought about that. They should have thought long and hard about that. But let me see what this is. I don't know if he said it right. Maybe he said it wrong. Do you say fate, or is it another act, or FACE Act? What is it called? All information except text for American Fate Act. What is this? Oh, this is not it. That's not it. Must be saying something else. Maybe it meant to say FACE Act. Let me see. The Freedom of Access to Clinic Entrance Act is the United States law that was signed by Bill Clinton. Prohibits the following three things: the use of physical force, threat. What else? I don't know. I'm not getting nothing from that. Threat of force and physical obstruction that injuries, intimidates, or interferes with a person seeking to obtain. Let me see. Okay, freedom of access to clinic entrances and places of religious worship. The special litigation section also enforces the civil provisions of the Freedom of Access to Clinic Entrance Act of 1994. This act prohibits the use or threat of force and physical obstruction that injuries, intimidates, or interferes with a person seeking to obtain or provide reproductive health services or to exercise the First Amendment right of religious freedom at a place of religious worship. It also prohibits intentional property damage of a facility providing reproductive health services or a place of religious worship. FACE authorizes the Attorney General to seek injunctive relief, statutory or compensatory damages, and civil penalties against individuals who engage in conduct that violates the act. The section has served a pivotal role in enforcing the Freedom of Access to Clinic Entrance Act and also protects access to reproductive health clinic or care clinics, places of religious worship free or of force or threats of force. So this is what they're using against them alongside of the right to have freedom of religion. I think that they are not in a good position as they think that they should be as journalists. I don't really see how they are precious and exempt from laws that are on the books, and they should have known or asked somebody. And even if Don Lemon didn't know exactly what was about to happen, he knew when he walked up those stairs, he was entering inside of a church, and he knows that these people could go and do their own thing while he was there. And he took the risk and he took a chance, as all the other journalists did. So, as I say, it's not enough for me to be outraged about them being arrested. It's not enough for me to care about them maybe having a fine or being put in jail. I'm sure it's not for many, many years because they got money. They got all this money. I'm sure just like with many other people that have money, they're not going to be in jail for long. And I'm just not putting my emotions on them because they're so-called black. It's not enough. So they're on their own, as they should be. But let's get back to a little bit more of this just to let you guys see how ridiculous they are. Again, this was them gathering up after Georgia Forts was arrested. And they're acting a fool for her because I guess she's their boss or whatever. But I don't care.
Arrested, you all better be afraid. This is a state of emergency. And not the same one from 2020. This is a different state of emergency. This is like any of us could get taken at any moment. They're coming for all of us. Anybody who has the courage to stand up and speak out. And to my believers, where is the faith community at? You all let Nakima and Chantel and William and all these people put their lives on the line saying they're hypocrisy of a pastor also being the head of ICE in St. Paul. If Jesus was here, he would be flipping tables, so why aren't y'all? This is a different day. This is a different state of emergency, and none of us are safe. Journalists, none of y'all are safe. White people, black people, indigenous, Asian, nobody is safe. Georgia Ford, of all people, I would have never thought Georgia Ford would be arrested right now. She has kids, she has a husband, she has a family. This is not a drill or a joke. I'm gonna ask Georgia's daughter to introduce herself and this her husband and just say a couple words.
Hello, my name is Soraya Hammonds, and I'm sorry if I stutter or if I say anything too fast. This is my first time ever doing anything like this. Georgia Fort is my mom, and we are here to call for her immediate release. My mom has been a documenter and a member of the press for as long as I can remember being alive, for 17 years. My mom is being arrested for documenting what happened at City Church. And this is wrong. This goes against her First Amendment right as a journalist, and it's being challenged today. She is not a protester. She is not an activist. She is a mom working to provide for her children through the only way she knows how. Documenting and sharing stories of the community and truth of what's happening here every day in our state. This moment of history just doesn't affect me. It also affects my little sisters who had to wake up and comprehend at the ages of 7 and 8 why their mom had to be arrested today. My 7 and 8-year-old sister woke up today without a mom. My father woke up today without his wife. I'm demanding that my mom gets released. The separation of families will never be right. Thank you.
I just wish I had enough time to put the fiddle up. Here we go. She needed to have that drama added to it, okay? Whatever. Your mom went up in a church, willfully, knowing it was a church, knowing they were in the middle of service. I just, I don't have nothing to give for that. I don't care if you got a 17-year-old that you're using to try to get and garner our emotions towards her or whatever. It's not working on me. I don't care. I'm sorry. It's not working on me. Maybe she'll know better next time not to do what she did, and it will be okay. She's out of jail. You got your mama back. Now she has to face the consequence of what she did, and hopefully it won't cost so much. Hopefully it won't be a lot of time. I'm sure it won't. But if it does, that was a choice she chose. I mean, what do you want me to do? Okay, 40 years sounds about right, Eddie says. I don't think 40 years is going to be done for going in a church. I'm pretty sure that they'll be able to negotiate something in a plea deal. I mean, I've had to deal with taking a plea deal one time in my life, and I didn't end up in jail. So I'm pretty sure that they'll figure something out themselves. It is what it is. You said great work, Don Lemon. Oh, Lord. No, Don Lemon's a crash out dummy. He doesn't get no good work. Sorry. He's not of God. I'm sorry. You talking about keep up the Lord's work. Lord, how is he doing Lord's work? Give me a break. Okay, yes, it was FACE Act of 1994. Thank you for that, Happy Mac. So there was no government interference. Well, I read the wrong thing. FACE Act. They also included not interfering in worship service and stuff. So it is what it is. Tony Kaiser says, and no one was broadcasting the news inside the confines of the Lord's house. Okay. You said, I'm not gonna read you no more. Go, Habs. You sound ridiculous. Tony says, remember people when you come in here, what Jesus Christ said, forgive them for They know not what they do. So watch our children, watch over. He knows what he does or says. Okay, so you're religious. I take that. Okay, just like riding along in the robbery, know with whom you associate. Yeah, there's a lot of cases I've heard where people are at the wrong place at the wrong time and they get caught up in case somebody is just stole something, maybe sold some drugs, had drugs on them. They're in the car with somebody and they had drugs in their drawers or in their pockets, and they get pulled over and they be charged with some type of crime too. And many of us have had that happen. So what's so special about journalists? Why do they think that they shouldn't be touched, that they're the golden child? I mean, there are cases of people being unalived. I know somebody personally that was at a party and someone randomly shot in the crowd and killed somebody. And so happened that a young teenager got in the same car hearing gunshots. They tried to scurry off and they got into the car and didn't know who did the shots. But this individual got in the same car as the person that did the shooting. And they were charged alongside of the person that shot. He's in jail right now. So many times, a lot of us have been caught up just being around a person that's doing wrong. Why does the journalist think that they shouldn't be touched? We always touched. Do the journalists talk about our stories that happen to us on a regular? No, they're not interested. Why are they so interested in this story? Because it is the Democrats' call for them to be there, for them to orchestrate the shenanigans at a church, for them to show as many black faces that they could, to show so-called solidarity with illegals, to try to bolster this facade of union and unity. And this is what they're doing it for, to try to strategically include us in their stupidity and have us be caring and, worried about them for some reason. I'm not worried about y'all. Y'all fucked up. It's your fault, not mine. All right. Yes, the Democrat cult. Exactly. I would say that is a cult. Happy Max says, no, all rights under the Constitution are equal. Exactly. Yes. FACE Act of 1994. Golden Brown, how are you? You said it's called Qualification of the Constitution Amendment. Really? I've never heard of that. Jose says you have the right to film on public. If you go to someone's private property, you have to ask permission. That's what things go wrong. Yeah, they didn't ask. They just did it. And then they stood up and they started interrogating the churchgoers and harassing them and talking crazy. You heard that crazy white man was all, talking reckless and whatnot and sounding crazy, like he needed to be collected and put in a mental institution is what he sounded like. He said, incorrect, a church is not public property. Threat would be against the law. And what's about here? I'm not sure what you mean. Don Lemon in prison is like a normal person going to a Disneyland. Oh, Lord. Random Consumer says we shouldn't have ever let you get away with anything. This channel is cancer. Well, you don't have to be here. Let me help you out. Since it's cancer, let me time you out for the rest of the day. Bye, bitch. How about that? You can see, just like that. I blessed you. I blessed you with what you wanted. Oh, yes. Bars Amendesh says, God bless Trump and ICE. Exactly. I wouldn't say King Trump, but he is our president, and he has a lot to do in this administration to clear out all these illegals that are over here. It's not going to be handled with kitten gloves because there's so many of them, and they're wrecking our finances here in America. He had to get on top of it and do what he's doing. He gave them warning, fair warning. By now they should know he's not playing. It's not worth the risk, and it's not worth your life. It's best to just take on getting the money that they're offering. I think they're offering like $2,000+ for you to leave and self-deport. Let me look that up. So they actually are offering more money for you to self-deport. Okay, Trump offers, let me put that in. Trump is offering how much to self-deport? It says, as of January 2026, the Trump administration, through the Department of Homeland Security, is offering $2,600 and a free flight to undocumented immigrants who agree to self-deport using the CBP Home app. This amount was recently increased from the initial $1,000. So I think that he's really being generous. These people that came over here with nothing get to go back home with at least $2,600 to have, to work with. I mean, what else you want? I mean, he that's being generous to me. I mean, come on. Ain't nobody else offering that if you go to their home countries. Geneva Bible, $15.99, just a thought. Okay. Claire Leach says, your mother disrupting a church service. What about the rights of those in the church? Exactly. Tina says she incited, not document. She should have been home with her family instead of inciting this BS. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. These people have to be responsible for what you do. I don't want to jeopardize my life being free from going to jail and doing something wrong. That's why I don't hang out with a lot of different people. I only hang out with people that I know that they're not involved with crime, that they're not a part of doing drugs, that they are wholesome types of people, and they're God-fearing, and they care about their life, they care about their future, they care about their kids. I don't hang out with people that are risk takers. I don't hang out with people that gamble and risk their life and take chances. I don't do that because I don't want to be sharing the festivities of going to jail. I don't want to get caught up in stuff that I can't get out of. So I don't do it. You said throw in jail for life. Okay. I don't get that. Throw chat. All right. I agree with the speaker, 2 to 3 years maximum. I don't even think they're going to get that. I mean, realistically, I think that a good fine is going to come out of that. I think that they will work out a deal for them to be on some type of probation and a fine or something. I don't foresee going in a church one time as going to jail and doing hard time in jail. I don't think that would ever happen. If that happened, I would be shocked. I'm not going to cry. I'm not going to be upset because it ain't me and I didn't do it. But I doubt very serious if they will go that far. What's up, Pinky? How are you doing? Thank you for being here. And Golden Brown, weren't you given a wrench before? What happened to you? Are you on another phone or something? Let me know. Tracy from daycare, end racism now. Yeah, we gotta end racism, but at the same time, we have to be fair to Americans first. You cannot give other people from other countries the rights of Americans as if they're the same as us. That's not fair to us. That would be discriminating to Americans, Tracy. Did you think about that part? Is it cool to discriminate against Americans for illegals that have bogarted into America? That's not fair. Don't swap out racism, so-called racism, for discriminating against Americans. And I don't think it's racism, to be honest with you. What Trump is doing is not called racism. It's called him actually governing. It's called him actually correcting what went wrong with the Biden and Kamala administration. That's what I believe. Set to Rage says, right, but they wasn't worried about us when we were going through shit. Exactly. That's why they don't get my reaction to care about what they want me to care about. I'm not allowing them to use me up and spit me out and use me like a robot. I'm not giving Democrats my power. And I don't think that Black Americans should be giving Democrats anything, because they have never given us nothing except for a fish fry, something ridiculous like that. That's not worth any of our votes in our allegiance to the Democrats. So we got to cut them off and make them suffer and let them see the woes of their errors of their ways, and teach them to respect us. Teach the Democrats to respect our rights and the fact that we are somebody too. If we never teach them anything, they will continue to abuse us. Why would we allow them to continue to abuse us? Exactly. Get them out of there. Thank you for that. Pinky says, you talking with the violence your people took around the world, return to the country your people fled from, or the European country that dumped your ancestors here like trash. They're stopping anyone just doing their jobs. They're stopping and crashing into cars without warrants or reason, dude. Well, if they tell you to stop and to show your identification, why won't you do it? You know that they're in Minnesota. You got word from the news and from the people that are protesting that they're there, and they're out there looking and searching for people to find. Why not be prepped and prepared in the event that they do stop you? Why fight the inevitable? That's pointless to do. So it's not their fault that they're looking for you. It's your fault that you're not prepared. Get prepared. You said they pull up on job sites and start asking people for their papers like it's Germany, because there are over 11 million people that have invaded America. That's why they're doing it. I mean, why are you forgetful of that fact? Why are you pretending like those things didn't happen 4 years ago? It happened five average whatever game. It happened. So if you want to play dumb and you want to act like those years never occurred, and you want to forget about what Trump is attempting to do when he full-fledged told you what he was doing, it's your fault for playing dumb. You said, do immigrants pay taxes? You don't even have any idea what you're saying. They could pay taxes, but they chose to do that versus stay home and fight. Why can't they stay home and fight for their governments to do better by them? Why? You said not all immigrants are illegal. Maybe not all, but the ones that are, they got to sort through them. If they're not illegals, then you're not referring to them. I mean, for the ones that are here legally, don't they have proper paperwork? Don't they have a green card? Don't they have proof that they're allowed to be here and the dates and everything? Why can't they just show what they got? Why do they have to make it to where they're looked upon as being precious and exempt? They're not. You said release the Bubba flop files. Okay. Inflation. All right. Pinky says, if you are in America illegally and working, you are breaking the law, and ICE has every right to stop them. Exactly. ICE doesn't need warrants now. They are allowed to enter private homes. Exactly. For those that are confused, they have allowed the right for ICE to enter into your home without warrants. In fact, today I just found out the judge, because they're trying to stop what Trump's doing in Minnesota, and the judge is siding with Trump. Let me find the latest video on that real quick. They're siding with Trump. A lot of people are going to be very, very butthurt. But, you know, for the first time, a lot of judges are working with Trump. They know the problems that have been going on for the last 4 years. And so they're giving him rights to do what he's doing. Where is this? Okay, here it is. Catch y'all up on the latest.
This guy in this picture is me. I didn't realize how bad my hair loss was until I seen the trend.
And out of Minnesota. And first off, on the right-hand side of your screen, you can see there is yet another anti-ICE rally that is underway here as those demonstrators, about 100 or so, are gathered to line the streets. It's the situation that we've seen happening over the past several weeks since the shooting death of Renee Good back on January 7th and the shooting of Alex Preddy 1 week ago today. Right now, what I want to do is pop this up on your screen and give you a closer look at that protest once again underway. A live image here as the protests, as federal judge there has denied the state of Minnesota's request to immediately stop the U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement operation known as Metro Surge. Fox News reporting today's ruling says the state and 2 cities failed to meet high legal bar that's required to block a federal law enforcement operation at this stage of the case. Border Czar Tom Homan has been on the ground in Minneapolis since Monday as he's now heading up that immigration operation as a whole. Homan says he's met with state and local officials, including Governor Tim Walz and Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey. Homan explained that the administration's immigration mission would not change and the operation would not end. It would just be done in a safer way. Protests and demonstrations like this one, some of which have actually led to clashes between agitators and federal law enforcement, have ramped up following the January 7th shooting death of Renee Good by an ICE officer. And as I mentioned 1 week ago today, Alex Preddy was fatally shot by Border Patrol. After that, Commander Greg Bavino with Border Patrol was reportedly removed from Minneapolis as Holman was brought in. Now, the Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche, during a Friday news conference, we played that for you about an hour ago, said that an investigation is being conducted into the shooting death of Preddy during that protest. Now, we are also getting, as I mentioned here...
I just wanted to play the fact that the judge is not stopping these ICE detainments and deportations at this time. So despite all their protesting and despite, you know, the unaliving of 2 protesters, unfortunately for them, you know, the judge is still seeing fit for these activities still to take effect. And, you know, I would hope that we would wise up as Americans that it's not worth our life to fight for illegals. They're not American. They're not from here. They are not deserving to be given and forward to them benefits that are meant for us as Americans. And we got to stop putting other people over us. That's what they want us to do. That's what they want us to believe that we should be doing. But I'm going to give you guys an example of an American that was in a Uber car with, I believe, an Hispanic that was being pulled over by ICE. And you can hear him talk to the illegal, and what he does after is just what we ought to do, period.
Man, boss. You guys done behind us? Yeah. You're a friend of mine. I'm a friend of yours? Boss, I'm supposed to be going to work. You're getting me pulled over by police, bro. Close your window. I ain't closing my motherfucking window. I got a warrant, nigga. You getting me by police, man? Pull you over? Give me your license registration right now. Soon. No, give me your license registration. Soon. I said soon. What happened? Put the vehicle. Let me get out. I'm a night shift employee. I don't know what the fuck is going on. I'm going to work, so they got the wrong version. I don't know what's going on. Let me get the fuck out. I get it from my supervisor while I'm late. Shit.
Hold on, good. Yeah. I got it.
Y'all fellas have a good day. I'm going to work, man. That's crazy. That's all good. I got nothing to do with it. I got a job, and y'all got a job.
Yup. Without hesitation, he got the hell out of Dodge. He even mentioned that he had a warrant, which I wish he wouldn't have said, because if that guy was smart, he would have been like, he got a warrant. You know, he could have used that against him. But he just did it moving real swift, like without batting an eye, and got out of Dodge. And that's the way we should treat these illegals. We don't have nothing to do with them. We should not give them any of our power and any of our energy to aid these criminals in our country, because again, they did not come to be your friend. They did not come to rub elbows with you. They came to take from us in hopes to basically take over and basically leave us at the bottom. So I don't understand why the attitudes of many of us, unfortunately Americans, would force their mind to think that these people have our best interests at heart. They're here to compete. They're here to advance themselves over us. They're not here to bless us. They're not tripping off of our trials and tribulations, our struggles. They don't care. They do not care. So, you know, I don't know what else to say about the topic, but let me play a little bit more and then we're going to move on to the next topic, which is Ilhan Omar and her shenanigans. Like I say, all these Democrats, they feel like the walls are closing in. They feel like they're running out of time. And so they're performing a whole host of shenanigans and fakery. And I believe that she ran a play and she did a skit pretending that she was being attacked because now her finances are being reviewed and checked over for fraud. And I'm pretty sure that sooner than later, they're going to come for her. So she's trying to change the topic and make it about her being attacked in hopes that other people will care over what she's lying about. And I'm going to show her little video and see if you guys believe it was real. I don't think it was real, but I'm going to finish up a little bit more of this conversating. Again, there are 4 total. Let me fast forward this because they had even the Somalians come on and talk. Hold on. Let me get to them.
Responsibility.
Hold on. We got all these hyper emotional people talking about these journalists being caught up. And it's just, you guys are killing me with this emotionalism. Just knock it off. Hold on. Let me find this video. Okay. We got the Somalian dude, which again, he loved to be in the middle of all this. Other black folks with the journalists having their drama. Because he's desperately trying to attach himself to our plight. Hold on.
To get our voices heard and to make sure that we're doing what's necessary to make sure our democracy stays a democracy and not a dictatorship. That being said, we're standing in support of Georgia Fort and we're asking that she be released immediately. And at that point, I'll turn it back over to the hands. Thank you.
We've been talking about journalists being on the front line, and we see right now what's happening with Georgia, who's in federal custody. I got to say that one more time, because while we're here, not in custody, she's over there in custody. But you all, many of you know exactly what we're talking about because you experienced it. But I have someone here who is wearing a boot on his foot, because he was shot by federal agents while doing his job as a journalist. So with that being said, I'm gonna ask King Demetrius to come speak. What's up? I
I just want to let you all know how touched and moved I am by Georgia Ford and how she has always spoke power to truth. And like everyone says, she is an award-winning journalist. Let that sit right there. She has family. She has children who had to watch something as tomfoolery of this happening, coming to her home in the broad daylight and trying to make like she is a criminal, like she did something that was totally off the Richter scale. Obama couldn't have did any of this, just so we clear. He wore a tan suit and America lost their damn mind. Journalists is being attacked on a day-to-day basis. We seen Trump with his sycophants individuals who basically discriminating on anybody. When you seen people being dragged, especially women, being dragged, being tear gassed, being pepper sprayed. When you see a person discharging his firearm and saying, this is a B, right? After he kills a shooter in their face. When you see an individual kicks the tail light, then several days later get gunned down, and there's no outrage, but yet you go back and the January 6th thing that happened, you didn't have no energy for them, but peaceful protesters who went into a church and called a spade for what a spade was, you put the immediate force on them.
Wow. And
you put the immediate force.
And the journalists who documented the incident.
The journalists who documented the incident that occurred and was doing their job, you immediately went after them. Georgia Ford indicated to 300,000 black women has lost their job. Now it's over 500,000 black women has lost their job since the administration has been in the White House. I want you all to understand something and understand something now. Our children will not forget your name. These ICE agents who are doing this here and all these other individuals who's making preposterous statements, we see you. We see the individuals who's being real quiet. We see you. But trust and believe me, we serve a higher power that looks high, sits high and looks low. Trust me, they will not get away with this. The shooting me in my foot, I'm just grateful that I still have my foot. Some people have been shot in their eyes is out, their foot, they having trauma. Just think about what's gonna happen to our children. Our children is watching this. Who's gonna help us with our trauma? I would say the words of what Sonia Massey say, I rebuke you in the name of Jesus.
Hallelujah.
And now we're going to have representatives from AAJA.
Nobody ever said like that chicken from Popeyes. These bold Louisiana flavors are...
Hi, I'm Alex Chip, and I'm the president of our local Asian American Journalists Association chapter. And
hello, I'm Deanna Pistono, and I am the secretary of AAJA Minnesota.
We just want to say that AAJA stands with other news organizations here today and calls for the immediate release of Georgia Fort and the dropping of charges against her. We are observers and documenters of what goes on in our communities, including the exercise of the right to assemble and protest. The Constitution says Congress shall make no law abridging the freedom of speech or of the press or the right of people to assemble peaceably. The spirit of the Constitution, the same fundamental document that people bring up in a multitude of political discussions, is not upheld when journalists are arrested for observing and covering protests. So, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you both.
We're going to hear from a couple other people. Brother Jelani from CARE, Minnesota.
Jelani Hussein.
Mind you, this is Somalian, and the Black American called him his brother. They poured it on heavy. They poured it on heavy. They're trying to make it all normalized that we look at these people that are scam artists in Minnesota as being one of us. And I'm not buying that bullshit. You can keep him and yourself as his brother because you're not mine. You're not mine. Fuck you. I don't give a damn. Let's go.
Executive Director of the Council of American Islamic Relations. First and foremost, I want to take an opportunity just to tell the family of Georgia Fort that your mom is an amazing person.
Yes.
Not only that, the fact of the matter, we just spent the day with her yesterday. She was covering the press conferences and all of the different things that were happening. And that's who Georgia Fort is. And what they did today is they inched her name to the unerasable history books for generations to know your mom because of her bravery and because of her standing up for her community.
Mind you, her community, not his. He's separate. We know he's separate, but the Black American called this dude his brother, trying to make it seem like he's one of us. He is not one of us. And he emphasized that fact, her community. But she's being a useful tool for these immigrants. Again, with all the scams, I'm pretty sure a lot of them that's being shown in front of our faces will be a part of this scam, this network scam of the Democrats alongside of him. And the Democrats need us to be the face and to be ahead of all this stuff, to show our craziness in the midst of all this chaos, to distract from what Trump and everybody's trying to showcase about what they've been doing wrong. They want to include us so that we can be the clowns of the circus for everybody to look at. That's what they want to do. And this is what they're attempting to do by using this ploy of the journalist being arrested and everything like that. I don't think it's going to fly. I think many of us are not going to have it. And I'm praying that you guys will not go for this bullshit.
Wake up. Truth is under attack. Our Constitution is under attack. And Minnesota is the front lines to defend democracy.
That's why. It is.
They will not be able to arrest all of us.
Come on.
Because in this moment, this is a trap for them. They thought that we would be soft, but we are not. The attack on the press, the attack on peaceful protesters must end.
Yep.
And right now, as many of you probably have learned, not only is Don Lemon arrested, Georgia Fort is arrested, but also two other civil rights leaders in Minnesota arrested, Jamel Lundy and Troy Heron Cruz. Two people that Minnesota knows.
Yeah.
And many of you know who have stood up tall for their community. And today they are being targeted for standing up for their community. Yeah. Shame on America.
Shame.
And shame on the Trump administration.
Yeah.
Shame.
But this is something that is interesting to say to all of you, is that they started out by targeting my community, the Somali American community. They didn't stop there. They took Renee and Alex Preddy.
Yeah.
They didn't stop there. They went and targeted our civil rights leaders, Nakima Levy Armstrong and Chantel Allen. It didn't stop there. They went for our journalists, Georgia Fort and Don Lemons. And I want you to know something, America. It has always been the Black community in this country that has stood tall and have paid the highest price for all Americans.
Anyways, we're not standing tall for you today in 2026. So you can stop that bullshit right there. Pump your brakes. We do not give a damn about being rubbed on our heads and patted on our backs. That does not win us anything. To be useful fools for you. We're not going out like that. Nice try, but it doesn't fly. You are not my people. You're not of this soil. You're not American first. You're always Somalian first. That's all you guys care about. Y'all were the ones exclaiming to the mountains how you weren't black. So you're going to have to hold that and keep it to yourself. We're not riding for you. We're not dying for you. We're not protesting for you. We're not doing nothing for you. We don't give a damn how hard you scream and get all, emotional and seemingly like you give a damn about who we are now, because you need us. We're not falling for the okey doke. We've done that before with the Democrats. We did that before with Obama. We did that before with Kamala Harris. Thank God she did not win. Praise God, Trump is in office to deal with all these illegals that were replacing us. Thank God that these scams have been shown in Minnesota, in Ohio, in Maine, and so forth, and will continue to be shown, and to show what the immigrants have been getting away with doing all this time. All this time, Black Americans have been everybody's scapegoat. Everybody has talked about us being the welfare recipients, the poster child for everything wrong in America. And now that we are not the targeted group, they're trying to find different faces that are Black Americans to make us feel compelled to go out there and fight for people that do not give a damn about us at the end of the day. The Democrats have never cared about us. They just use us. They milk our energy. They siphon everything that belongs to us that we are deserving to get, and they just give it away to people that just show up. We're sick and tired of people using us and abusing us, and we're saying no, no more. So I don't give a damn about this Somalian guy talking this talk, because he don't mean it. He only wants it temporarily until he gets back to where he was before. And then he's not going to look back. He's not going to care. With all the scams, $9 billion, they didn't so much as give us $10 to help out our community. They didn't give a flying F about us. So why in God's green earth would we now care about them? It don't make sense, and we're not doing it.
For all Americans. And in this moment is two Black journalists who are taking it for all the journalists in America. I have a message for the journalists in this country. Stop pandering to this administration. Stop giving them the voice that they don't need. You have allowed them to create headlines that are false and lies. They are lying to the American public about everything that is happening. And you have allowed for them to get away with lies every single day. It is time to stand up. If you didn't stand up for the Somali American community or our civil rights leaders, you should stand up for your colleagues in journalism. In this moment right now, we are demanding justice, a swift justice. And I call upon the judges and the people in the courts of America. They are coming for you next. It is stand for you to uphold the law and the Constitution of the United States of America. This moment will pass, and we will be better for it. We're in the fight. We're not leaving the fight. And I'm going to let you know we are winning, because what they did to Georgia Ford will not stand in any American court system or to Don Lemons. So I ask every single one of you in this moment, be outraged, but be organized. And we are expecting people to show up here at 12 o'clock or 1 o'clock to stand up for our brothers and sisters right now who are being detained unjustly, all because they stood up for us, but most importantly, they stood up for the Constitution of the United States. Today's a dark day in American history, but tomorrow we will define what that history will be by Americans standing up for journalism in this country. For far too long, many of you have been kicked out of the White House. You have allowed for that to happen, the lies to come out. But I'll tell you something about Minnesota. God chose us to carry the burden of America and to fight for justice. And it's not by accident that they took Georgia Ford, because she's an amazing, amazing journalist. Not only did she care deeply about her community, but she went to become an independent journalist, award-winning. And she is one of those people that many of you will learn about her. She's passionate. She cares deeply about this community, and I've seen her work every single day. We're proud of you, Georgia. Yeah. We're proud of her family. Yeah. We're proud of Don Lemon. We're proud of all the people that they are arresting, because all they're doing is inching their names into the books of history for many to remember the courage that Georgia had, the courage that Don Lemon had, the courage that Nakima had, and Chantel, and Jamel, and Terry Hearns. And we say to all of them, we will fight for your justice by any means necessary.
Of course, use Malcolm X saying, of course, attach themselves to everything associated with Black Americans. That's all this is attempting to do. But again, it's not going to work, because we know better. Just like we know when we see Ilhan Omar performing here, claiming to have been attacked by this guy that looked like he was mental, drunken, something. It looked like a skit. It did not look real. I'm going to show y'all again for those that didn't see it. And again, she's trying to change the topic to be about her being attacked versus her being looked into for $30 million that supposedly she garnered in about a year or so. And she doesn't want that investigation to continue. So why not orchestrate a skit claiming to be attacked by a guy with so-called unknown substance that was found it out to be, what was it? Vinegar, apple cider vinegar. But look at what her reaction looks like. If somebody sprayed you with something, an unknown substance at the time, and it reeked a smell, wouldn't you respond with wanting to go to the hospital, or at least take off the shirt, or at least go to the bathroom and clean yourself up, wash off your face and your eyes and whatnot? You would not respond the way in which Ilhan Omar responded. But I want you guys to see it. Let's go.
We begin with Doug Luzader, who is live in Washington with the very latest on the Minnesota protests. And what lawmakers are saying today is both sides, Doug, try to de-escalate the situation.
And Carly and Todd, good morning. President Trump hoping to turn down the temperature now in Minneapolis. But if anything, this battle over immigration enforcement may be getting more heated. Take a look at what happened last night at a town hall event there with Democratic Congresswoman Ilhan Omar.
DHS Secretary Kristi Noem must resign or face impeachment. I don't know.
Oh my God, he sprayed something on her.
I need a napkin to know nothing.
No, we will continue. No. You're fine. You need to go get checked. No, we will continue. I'm not going to get away with it.
Omar was confronted and sprayed by a man there in the audience. It's not clear what the substance was, and Omar later said she was okay. The man, identified as 55-year-old Anthony Kazmierzik, was arrested. No word yet on motive, but as you heard, Omar had just called for the firing of DHS Secretary Kristi Noem. She had also called for ICE to be abolished. President Trump yesterday traveling to Iowa, saying he still backs Noem, even as he sent border czar Tom Homan to take over operations in Minnesota.
To me, it was a skit. She did not leave. She continued to talk. She did not, go to the bathroom. Like I said, she didn't go to the hospital like I would have thought to do. She didn't think to get the people to leave where everybody was, because, you don't know if it's like COVID or some poisonous substance that could affect the whole environment. I would think that you would make a call. You would go to the hospital. You at least go to the bathroom. You would do something. You would not stand up there and still continue to talk as if everything was normal. So I think that she did that because the walls are closing in and the gig is up. Right before all this, let me go back before I let her speak about after this so-called attack. People are looking at her. Let me see, find a video recent about it. fraud of $30 million. Let me see, get the latest on this. Because right before the DOJ is actually investigating her finances right now as I speak. She knows it. She's trying to get ahead of it. She does not want that to be the thing in which we look at harder than so-called her being attacked. That's why she's trying to divert the attention to be on everything else but this investigation. Let's look at this to let you guys understand what she is attempting to do and why I don't buy her skit. I call it a skit that to me failed tremendously. It did not even look real to me. Let me know in the chat if you feel like it was real, and if you do, why.
I'm national correspondent Kayla Gaskins in Washington. Representative Ilhan Omar's family finances are under a microscope, with President Trump saying the Justice Department and Congress are examining a rapid and significant increase in her reported wealth. Upon entering Congress in 2019, Minnesota Congresswoman Ilhan Omar reported she had a negative net worth in the thousands of dollars. Since then, she's become a multi-millionaire worth a reported $30 million.
I don't know what she's doing, but I suspect that it's not legal. This needs to be investigated.
In the same social media post announcing the investigations into Omar's family finances, the president also suggested Omar's ballooning wealth could be tied to the massive fraud investigations underway in her home state of Minnesota.
We have this fake congressperson who they just reported is worth $30 million. You believe this? Ilhan Omar, not going to get away with it much longer, let me tell you.
Omar hitting back, writing on X, "Sorry, Trump, your support is collapsing and you're panicking." As Omar dismisses the accusations as political, the New York Times reports scrutiny of her wealth began under the Biden administration, with the Justice Department opening an investigation that later stalled for lack of evidence. Omar has repeatedly said she's done nothing wrong.
Ever since I've gotten to Congress, they have been doing these sort of weird ethics investigations. None of them have yielded anything because I have been as transparent as I can be.
Much of Omar's increase in reported wealth is tied to two business ventures involving her husband. A California winery saw its valuation rise from about $15,000 in 2023 to between $1 and $5 million in 2024. And a private equity firm, Roselake Capital, jumped from a $1,000 valuation in 2023 to as much as $25 million in 2024. House Oversight Committee Chair James Comer says he's considering launching an investigation and issuing subpoenas to Omar and her husband. On Capitol Hill, I'm Kayla Gaskins.
So she did come out and have an interview after this alleged attack, which again, I don't believe, not even a bit of it. I think that they're all scammers, and they do what they do best. They put on a different role to try to divert the conversation to be about anything else but what people are looking into. So she came on, I'm gonna find this video real quick. Hold on, I had it. Please hit that like button, by the way. Please share and subscribe. And I'm not down for scammers. I'm not down for people that are disloyal to America, faking the funk. I'm not down for her being in a position of power to be able to do what she's been doing and getting away with it. So I'm glad that she is being called out. I'm glad that she's been busted. And I hope that she basically is held accountable to everything that she's doing and done. If she's found guilty of scamming with all that money that's been founded out, she needs to do the crime. We do the crime all the time. So I don't think that she should be handled with kitten gloves like we're never handled with kitten gloves. Now, welcome to America. If you do the crime, you can do the time, basically.
It was at a separate town hall in Minnesota last night where this moment happened to Congresswoman Ilhan Omar. She was speaking when a man charged her at the lectern, and forensic examiners have now determined, with high probability, they say, that what was in that syringe that the man was holding was apple cider vinegar. The 55-year-old man has been charged with assault in the 3rd degree, and I should note Capitol Police are also looking into pursuing potential federal charges against him tonight, which could include assaulting a member of Congress and impeding her from doing her official duties. The president, who last night in the hours before this attack had been criticizing the Congresswoman, was asked about it in an interview with ABC News, where he told them that he doesn't think about her and called her a fraud. As he said, quote, she probably had herself sprayed knowing her. And Congresswoman Ilhan Omar joins me now. And I want to get to what the president said in a moment. But just first off, watching this last night, when this man charged you, you initially went after him and raised your fist. In that moment, that was your first reaction. What would have happened, do you think, if you had gotten to him before your security tackled him?
Well, I'm fortunate I didn't get to him because I'd probably be catching charges as well.
Again, she wanted to look the part of being courageous. She know damn well that the guards and everybody was going to get that dude. She was posing, pretending to be somebody that was courageous and was in control and all this other stuff. She wanted to be looked upon as being a symbol of courage and all this other stuff. But it's all a skit.
I mean, just that moment, that instinct. And I should note, we are so grateful that you're okay. Obviously, we checked in with you and your team last night. I know you were dealing with the aftermath of this. You continued your town hall. They wanted you to go get checked out. You said no, you wanted to finish speaking first. Why was that important for you?
Well, you know, I realized a long time ago that whether it is the president's dangerous rhetoric, whether it is the death threats that I get, whether it is the right-wing vitriol, or this man attacking me last night, their ultimate goal is to stop me from being a public servant, from serving my constituents with the dignity and the honor that they deserve. And last night, I was carrying out a promise I made to my constituents that I would hold a town hall every single month and be able to give them feedback on what I've been doing in Washington, D.C., and be able to answer their questions. And so it was really important for me in that moment to not allow this person intimidate me into running out of that room and canceling that town hall. My constituents deserve to have their congresswoman continue to do the work that they elected her to do. And that is my promise, and I will continue to do that.
I mean, and you are someone, you and I have spoken about this before, you have faced a lot of threats. I mean, what was going through your mind in that moment? It must have been scary as well.
Guys, I'm actually shaking right now. Look at this. I just got a notice of a $58,000 settlement for my car wreck, and it all started from
Mind in that moment, it must have been scary as well.
Well, I initially thought that the person spit on me. I saw, some liquids that landed on the podium and on some of the papers that I was reading my report from. And so, it was a human reaction to want to do something to someone that is trying to degrade you in that kind of way, because I've never been able to back down to cowards who act in ways that are disgusting in society.
Yeah, and it was disgusting and cowardly, obviously, and he is now facing charges, potentially federal charges from Capitol Police, and
they're supposed to take him into federal custody tomorrow, so charges should be coming at some point tomorrow, is my understanding.
Was he known to your team before this? Had he been on any kind of radar of y'all's or anything?
No, I don't think any of us have had a personal interaction with him. He wasn't flagged in the system when we'd asked our team to look to see. I don't think. It is not my belief, although we continue to dig into it, that he's attended a previous town hall of mine either.
Okay. And as obviously we've seen his past political post and what he himself has said,
I mentioned the president's response where he told ABC News just a few hours after this happened, she probably had herself sprayed, knowing her. Before you respond, I do want to remind everyone that when President Trump was nearly assassinated, you responded and said, "We condemn acts of violence and pray for the victims. May calmness and decency prevail." And you said it was sad to hear the tragedy that had occurred. What went through your mind when you heard the president's response last night?
Well, the difference between the president and I is that I was raised to be a decent human being, and my faith teaches me to have compassion. And he lacks both of those things. This is a president who presides over an administration that when they assassinated Renee Good, told us that she was a domestic terrorist that was trying to kill the federal agents. When they assassinated Alex Preddy, they told us that he was a domestic terrorist who burnished a weapon. None of those things are true. They are known to be liars. They have constantly told us not to believe in our eyes. Fortunately, both of those assassinations were caught on camera, and so was what happened to me last night, caught on camera.
So when he claims it's staged, you say?
Well, I mean, this is also somebody who was talking about me in his town hall in Iowa, and then seems to exhibit some sort of dementia when he says he doesn't think about me. Maybe it is time for the 25th Amendment to be invoked, because he certainly cannot remember what he said and has done an hour ago.
He was just posting about you truly 5 minutes ago. Before we came on air, I was looking at Truth Social, and he had posted about you, and it reminded me of what he said when he announced that he was sending Tom Homan into Minneapolis. In that same post, he said, "The Justice Department and Congress are looking at Congresswoman Ilhan Omar, who left Somalia with nothing and is now reportedly worth more than $44 million. Time will tell all." Were you aware there is a DOJ investigation here? The New York Times says it started in part under the Biden Justice Department into your financial disclosure forms, or into your finances and campaign spending. But were you aware that this Justice Department is looking into you?
No, but I'm not surprised. Over the years, there have been investigations with the FEC because people have filed complaints. So I wouldn't be.
Do y'all believe for 1 second that she didn't know that she was under investigation? She definitely knew. I mean, I cannot believe this type of liar. Again, there are other Somalians that were busted for lying and orchestrating. About a month ago, there was a Somalian man that claimed that suddenly his daycare, since it was founded out to be a fraud, was miraculously vandalized, and his files disappeared that would show who was a part of this daycare. I'm gonna show that in a minute. But they have they seem to come out with skits. This is what they do to cover their lies. They think they look innocent enough. They think that they can talk softly and people are supposed to just go with whatever they say. But they are both-faced liars is what I see. I don't see nothing else but liars.
Surprised if that's what happened in this case, and clearly that investigation hasn't moved on because they don't have evidence of wrongdoing. And so I know that there's always been an attempt to smear my character, to smear the character of the community that I ethnically belong to. There's always this sort of sad reference to the fact that I'm a refugee. It seems like these people seem to have a problem with the fact that I am living the American dream. Yes, I was once a refugee. Yes, I did survive war. Yes, I did come to the United States when I was 12 years old, not speaking English. But I did make it to the United States of Congress, representing our country, helping write the laws of this country and helping appropriate the resources that are utilized by all Americans. So yes, that is the American dream. They do not believe that the American dream is possible. And I think the fact that I'm a visible representation of that American dream pisses them off.
Congresswoman Ilhan Omar, thank you for joining us tonight. And we are so glad that you're safe after what happened last night. So really appreciate your time tonight.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
I don't buy it for a second, not for a little mini second. As I said before, I believe his name is Nick Shirley. He was in Minnesota. He did an independent look around with the daycare and other things that were going on. And he blew up and went viral. And right after all this attention was brought to this daycare or daycares there in Minnesota as defrauding the government, this is the next thing that they pulled immediately after. Immediately after, supposedly, surprisingly, vandalism, burglary happened at the daycare of question, one of them. And he don't know what happened to his files. Look at this.
That is spelled NASRULAHMOHAMED. I'm the manager at Nokomis Daycare Center, and today I want to talk about what happened yesterday. Yesterday morning, I was called by the owner because unfortunately someone came in to our daycare. The cleaner called the owner and told him what happened and the vandalism that happened. The owner called us. Me and another manager came into the scene around 6 a.m. We looked and saw what happened, and we saw that the suspect came in from the back, broke in from the back kitchen, and he also destroyed the wall to come in. As he came in, he broke a door from the wall from Family Dollar from the side. He couldn't, unfortunately, we don't know if that he went in or not, but we saw that it was damaged. As we walked around the daycare, we saw that our office doors was broken into as well. We saw that, unfortunately, there was important documentation, enrollment of the children, and also employee documentation that was gone. There were also checkbooks that were ripped from check papers that were ripped from our book. This is devastating news, and we don't know why this is targeting our Somali community, as one video made by a specific individual made this all happen. We've been receiving hateful messages through our voice notes threatening us the past couple of days, including one that happened yesterday morning when after the break-in. This is frightening and exhausting because this is happening to us Somali communities as Somali Americans. We are supposed to stand with each other and help each other through everything that's happening. This is also sad that a video can cause all of this. I want to say that there are hundreds of daycares out there, Somali daycares that are out there, and we all help our children and everyone in our community. We have high quality daycares, and this is very sad news that one individual who made a false claim about fraud that is happening in the daycares engaged everyone else to come and do this to us. We are not a part of any harmful things that are being said. We have no problem with CCAP, and our licensing has been good, even the inspections. I want to say no intimidation is going to stop us from what is happening and upgrading our community. Thank you very much.
So this week, Domino's large 2-topping pizzas are just $6.99 each. And all I gotta do is pick them up myself.
Good morning. My name is Mary Solheim, and that is spelled MarySolheim. And I'm a child care provider in Maplewood. I'm here today to support Nokomis, the child care center, the teachers, the families, and their children. What happened here is absolutely unthinkable. And it is the direct result of the inflammatory rhetoric coming from the constant barrage of harassment from not only the current federal administration, but half of our Minnesota legislators as well. But now a random YouTube personality can cause this much fear. Fear needs to stop. Our children, our families, and teachers and providers work hard enough without feeling scared to come to work every single day. What happened here underscores that there is reason to be scared.
Again, all of this to pretend that a burglary happened at a daycare once it was discovered that these frauds were happening. And he tried to change the story immediately to hatred and racism, to try to distract and switch the conversation to that versus the frauding that's been going on. This is what they seem to do very easily. They're not doing a good job at it. I do not believe that suddenly people just went to vandalize and steal files to prove who was who inside of the daycare when they just said that they were going to investigate. Y'all did it yourselves and lied and claimed that somebody mysteriously did it to you. But this is the type of thing that Somalians are known for. In fact, the latest, which is my last example, is a lady that went up and said that she was being accosted by ICE. She said she was called the N-word. All these things. Come to find out, she was the one that assaulted the ICE agents. She spat on them and whatnot. So she is now being charged. But I want to show y'all what was shown before and the fact that this person put a Band-Aid on her forehead, claiming to be injured basically, but she's now been arrested and charged.
Let's move on to End Wokeness. Breaking: Nasra Ahmed, Bananas and Rice, just arrested in Minneapolis for assaulting federal officers.
So I'm Somali. I'm proud to be Somali.
And notice she's wearing this Band-Aid because she claims that she was assaulted by officers while she was being arrested. I don't know, peacefully protesting or whatever the hell that she claims she was arrested for. But notice in her mugshot, there's no injury there. There's nothing. Nice, smooth, free of any injuries.
To me, being Somali isn't just eating bananas with rice. It's a lot. It's like it's an interesting thing. It's very hard to describe what it means to be Somali and what it means to be American, but it's like a cultural fusion. It's kind of like the bananas and rice. You know, people don't really see, like, you know, it's you know, people don't think, oh, you can eat bananas with rice, but that's what it's like to be Somali and American. It's like that combination of banana and rice, but you're gonna get what I mean.
What the hell is she talking about, dude? I mean, I can't stand bananas. I've always hated bananas. However, there's a lot of Americans who eat bananas. What the hell is she talking about? So anyway, if you need a little bit of context into who she is, because I had to look it up. I did see something in passing over the last day or two somewhere I saw an image of her, and I didn't really dig into any detail, but I did come up with this. So Nasra Ahmed is a 23-year-old U.S. citizen of Somali descent from the Minneapolis-St. Paul area, specifically in St. Paul. She gained public attention in January after alleging that ICE agents unlawfully detained her for 2 days, during which she claimed she was racially harassed, assaulted, and injured, including a concussion. Despite showing proof of U.S. citizenship, she went viral describing poor jail food, you can eat bananas and rice, and held a press conference about the incident. She was later arrested on January 28th, today, in Minneapolis, and charged with assaulting federal officers, reportedly in connection with interference during ICE operations or related unrest and riots in the area. So with her being arrested for assaulting a federal agent, she could be facing up to 20 years in prison. And I just can't.
That's all they're good for is skits and frauds. That's what they're known for. That's what they're good for. And they think that they can distract us with conjuring up what's going on with Don Lemon now and all the other journalists that decided to put their necks out there on the line for these illegals by going and bum rushing inside of a church, knowing that they were in the middle of service. I am not backing Don Lemon. I don't give a damn how bad it gets. If it does get bad, oh well. I don't think it will, though. In my opinion, he will get a slap on the hand. He probably will be fined. They probably going to give him a misdemeanor or something to that effect. I cannot imagine it being worse than that. But if I'm wrong, then it is what it is. I'm not changing my colors because Don Lemon decided to be a crash dummy alongside of other journalists and these fools that decided to bum rush inside of the church. They're going to get what they earned. They're not changing my position and what I'm believing in, which is Democrats are not for Black Americans and Americans as a whole. They want to replace us with illegals. They want to get a new voter base of people to pretty much take advantage of, the rights to vote. That's why Trump is coming down on how you're going to be able to vote and showing proof of who you are and whatnot to stop and block this attempt of the Democrats to continually lie. Trump is believing back in 2020, he was tricked out of becoming president then with people that voted. And they think that the Democrats did the unthinkable, which is scam and scheme with the voters situation. So it is what it is. This is the time that we're living in. A whole lot of trickery is going and unfolding in front of our eyes. And we have to be bold enough to see the truth and accept what's going on and not be tricked to become emotional for people based off of our skin tone. We cannot allow people to use us to not think for ourselves and see things as they are. And I'm just trying to put it all in perspective the best way I can. Let me finish by seeing what you guys have to say, and then I'm going to conclude this live. I appreciate everybody that was here with me. I didn't think I was going to be on here that long, but I just wanted to showcase everything that I could think on. And again, I believe that this is being strategically done by Democrats to do what they've been doing, thinking that they're going to get away with all the lies and all the scams. And it is what it is. Nick says, yep. Randy says, this is BS. Okay. You can believe whatever. FLL Foreign says, don't she or husband have a winery worth 15,000 or so? And in a year it jumped to 5 million. That's what I heard. It was not worth a lot of money. I don't even think it was worth 15,000. I think that it was even in the negative at the time. Let me look that up for you. How much? Hold on. All right, how much was Ilhan Omar's husband winery worth in 2023? All right. According to Fox News, let me see. Hold on. It says 1 year, one chart, and an eye-popping jump in Ilhan Omar's personal wealth. 2 ventures tied to her husband jumped from modest valuations to millions, prompting scrutiny from president. How much though? Okay, the winery listed as ESTCRU LLC saw its reported valuations jump from a range of 15,000 to 50,000 in 2023 to between 1 million and 5 million the following year. Rose Lake Capital showed an even sharper increase, rising from a reported value of $1 and 1,000 in 2023 to an asset range of 5 million to 25 million in 2024. And at the same time, Omar's disclosures list outstanding debts, including student loans, auto payments, and credit card balances. The increase has drawn growing scrutiny, including from Trump, who questioned Omar's finances in a series of Truth Social posts. On Monday, Trump said the Department of Justice would investigate her reported wealth, which he claimed totaled 44 million. Time will tell, Trump wrote. Okay, so that's where that's going and why Trump is looking at him or them overall. You said can't call it daycare when no kids are there. Yeah, exactly. A fake daycare. It's just so ridiculous how easy it was to scam, and nobody checked to see why all that money was needed. They essentially signed over a blank check to the Somalians, like without anybody checking in occasionally to see that is really what it is. Because they had the Democrats in their back pocket. They had the Democrats in their back pocket. Yeah, pro-scammer led by Omar. Exactly, Nick. Why do they all look like P. Diddy? I don't know. You know, it is something to behold. P. Diddy does look Somalian. I'm going to lie. Definitely. You said that guy went to a daycare when it was closed. He also went when it was open. He went all over the place. They had a couple of daycares inside of the same building and not seeing any semblance of people nowhere. And they interviewed people that were living right next to them. And they said they've been there for 3 years and they never seen nobody go in and out ever. So it is what it is. Jeffrey says, so they broke into Family Dollar, stole nothing, and took your documents. They stole the documents. Carrie says, ICE has been funded until 2029. Look it up. Is that right? I thought that the government was going to shut down based on ICE needing more funds. Let me see if that shows up. Okay, let's see. Is ICE enforcement, law enforcement, funded for 2006 or 26 rather? It says the FY 2026 budget includes 11.3 billion, 21,808 positions, and 21,786 full-time equivalents for U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement. This funding will fill critical resource gaps to effectively carry out ICE's operations mission. Wow, I guess they do have it. Wow. I thought that, why are they talking about a shutdown then? Why is the government, let me look that up, government shutdown, because they're talking about a government shutdown, and I thought it was all behind ICE. So let me see what this entails. This was 19 hours ago. Let me see if I can find something sooner than that. That seems to be the latest. According to The Guardian, U.S. government partially shuts down over Homeland Security funding. So I'm confused. Democratic senators refused to vote for bill authorizing continued DHS spending after killings of 2 U.S. citizens. Funding lapsed for several U.S. government departments on Saturday, the result of a standoff in Congress over new restrictions on federal agents involved in Donald Trump's mass deportation campaign following the killings of 2 U.S. citizens in Minneapolis. The partial government shutdown is the result of Democratic senators refusing to vote for a bill authorizing continued spending by the Department of Homeland Security after federal agents killed Alex Preddy, and Renee Good earlier in January. The minority party's blockade imperiled a push by Republicans for approval of larger package of legislation funding other departments, which needed to pass the Senate before the government spending authorization expired Friday. Democrats are demanding that the DHS funding bill be rewritten to include new restrictions on federal agents following the killings of Good and Preddy, which came amid a surge of immigration agents Trump ordered into Minnesota's largest city. On Friday, the Senate passed a package of 5 measures to fund government departments through September, as well as a bill to continue DHS operations for 2 weeks. However, the legislation must be approved by the House of Representatives, which is expected to convene on Monday. Oh, Lord. The House has to put their approval on Monday. And you know what that means. They probably more than likely is not going to budge because they always want to be in the way of progress. It says the shutdown's impact remains unclear and it's unlikely to be felt until at least Monday, the first business day, when it will be in effect. Besides the Homeland Security Department, Congress has not yet fully passed appropriations for the Departments of Defense, Education, Labor, Health and Human Services, Transportation, and Housing and Urban Development. Trump has indicated that he would sign the spending package blessed by his White House when it reaches his desk. Oh, boy. In a memo published on Friday, Russell Vaught, the director of the Office of Management and Budget, OMB, directed affected agencies, including the Department of Defense, Homeland Security, Labor, Health and Human Services, Education, Transportation, Housing and Urban Development, National Security, and State to execute plans for an orderly shutdown. Oh, it's kind of confusing. It's all over the place. The administration will continue working with the Congress to address recently raised concerns to complete appropriations for fiscal year 2026. Vaught wrote, "It is our hope that this lapse will be short." The Senator's Democratic minority leader, Chuck Schumer, says the party wants to ban officers from wearing masks and require them to wear body cameras and adhere to code of conduct. He also wants provisions for alleged violations to be investigated independently and a ban on roving patrols where agents target people they believe are in the country unlawfully. These are not radical demands, they're basic standards the American people already expect from law enforcement, Schumer said on Friday. Negotiations over these changes are expected to take place over the next 2 weeks. The broader funding packages prospects in the Republican-controlled House remains unclear. Speaker Mike Johnson acknowledged on Thursday that we could inevitably be in a short shutdown situation before the chamber convenes on Monday. But the House is going to do its job. We want to get the government funded, as does the president, he said. Okay. It still seems iffy about certain things that are going to continue forward. If there is a shutdown, I will do a follow-up on what is going to happen sometime, probably Friday or Thursday, I'll check in and say something real quick about it. But in the meanwhile, I hope that you guys would do me a favor and like and share the video. I would greatly appreciate that. And then moving forward with the comments, it says no honor amongst thieves. Exactly. Randy says that's a lie. What's a lie? I don't know. Liar again. What's the lie, Gladys? Catch Bass Be Happy says, yeah, because leering sinners are sought after. I know, exactly. Jim Young says, how terrible. The real Tamero says, those glasses he's wearing cost $3,000. Yeah, I heard. Exactly. Is he Muslim too? They're all Muslim. The Somalians are pretty much Muslim for the most part. Jimmy says, hundreds. Gladys says, there's a list of all businesses and people involved. In fact, I'm going to do a live again talking more about, because there has been hearings held about these scams that's been going on in Minnesota. And I believe that the mayor and governor, Tim Walz, and the mayor Fry has been subpoenaed to come sometime next month, I believe, to answer to a lot of different questions involving the scams and everything happening. This is why I believe that a lot of these skits and scams and lies of circumstance are taking effect. They're trying to do everything under the sun to distract from them being investigated on so many different levels, because the Democrats realize that they are about to be blown up out of the water. And it's a little bit too late for them, because Trump sees blood in the water and he's going in for the kill. It is what it is. Keeps reading the BS on that paper. Okay. Oh, salt of the earth, Randy says. The Omar's gang, everyone in the world know that that's her gang. Okay. Pinky says, hey, would a young think so? Thief and lion trader, exactly, Nick. Ice baby, exactly. Live life, exactly. Lying body language, exactly. Greg says hell is coming to Minnesota, and he's riding star treatment. It feels good. Good a white horse. What does that mean? God hates liars. Yes, they do, roosters. Gladys says, funny part is they don't work. They need daycare, which no kids are going to. I know, isn't that funny? Greg says all is set up. Nick says it's like this. Just who the hell do they think they're bullishing? Exactly. Great show and informative. Thank you, Greg. Thank you, everybody that is in support of me. A lot of times, a lot of people don't want to support because they think that all Black people need to be a monolith and just be down for whatever the Democrats tell them to do. And we're not going. She's been other videos with her lies. Exactly. She says nothing. Exactly. She doesn't know. She never knows. She knows. She definitely has been, scared out of her mind. They think they're smart, but prove the exact opposite. Exactly. They think they're good actors. They really do. Yeah, but he's wrong. Jack says they sure do. Everyone saw how fast they got housed in money. Exactly. The man wearing all that makeup is talking about other people scamming. Well, how you doing, Yaruz? Thank you for being here. D Train says, oh God, here we go. Moving on. Cool basement. Okay. Gladys says you don't go from making $177,000 a year to worth over 30 million. Exactly. Joe says she did the old Jussie Smollett. Oh, exactly. You right about exactly. Jussie Smollett. Free little Daquan. Okay. ICE is full funded till 2039. Oh, then why is that confusing article? I don't know. Toe boldly go. You can't threaten enforcement life without a consequence. Exactly. Pritt says, sorry, Devarro passed that bill. Don't change the facts to suit your narratives. Okay. God bless you. Miss you. Sound like a very pleasant person. Nice person. Thank you. I appreciate that. Sorry, but we already have the funding the way that they are approved already. These are just grandstanding. Okay. Preddy had run in with ICE 2 days before being shot. Video is out there. Oh yeah, I saw that. He kicked the back of a vehicle and he caused the light shield, whatever that's called, to he kicked it off. I'm on the side of anyone who speaks the truth. Exactly. These are force alleged, of course. Something is gonna go wrong when you're forcing people, when they're paid trolls and agitators and martyrs. Exactly. And I'm just telling American people to stop becoming paid martyrs. Don't put yourself in a position to be caught up and hemmed up, put in jail, fined, jailed, unalived. It's not worth it for these illegals. They would not do it for you. Stop doing it for people that don't care about you like that. It just has to do with Bill and Hillary Clinton, the subpoena, because they're already voted for contempt of Congress. Oh yeah, I heard about that. Thank God black people have smartened up to the dim bullish. Not all of us, unfortunately, but I do these videos for that purpose, to try to wise up some of them that are gun-ho Democrats. I even had it out with my sister over Democrats versus Trump. She really doesn't like Trump, and she doesn't understand how detrimental the Democrats have been to us and our community. And I try to like give her information about it, and she, got upset with me, and we kind of fell out for like a month, but we're back talking it again now. Live Life says these tethers don't know the white man. They think it's all about money and working hard. They are clueless. Exactly. Terry says, what a fool. So I really appreciate everybody for coming out. I think that I'm going to come back in maybe 4 or 5 days, something like that. I'll try to come again with more information. I had so much more to talk on, but I just don't have the energy, and my voice is getting hoarse from talking. So I appreciate everybody for being here. If y'all could, on the way out, please hit that like, share, and subscribe button. I appreciate African Goddess for showing up, Pinky for showing up, and all the other mods that were here helping me out. I appreciate y'all, and everybody that was in the chat room giving me your opinion, whether you agree with me or not. We are here as Americans, and we're free to have our opinion, but I just hope that you guys would choose American first, because this is all we got. This continent, this country is all I got. I have nowhere else to go. I do not want other people coming over here reigning over Americans, over me. I don't. And so I think that Trump needs to do what he's doing. I just hope that no more people sacrifice themselves. I hope that people don't put themselves in dangerous positions to allow these things to happen. I think if one more happen, man, all hell's going to break loose. I just hope that it's not any of us as Americans would put ourselves out there to be utilized as martyrs. Because if anything else happens, you know what Trump's going to do. It's either the Insurgents Act or martial law. So let's not provoke those things to happen. It's best to self-deport. I understand that the Haitians, February 3rd, are losing their TPS and they're fighting to stay here. But there's other places that they can go. I think they can go to Canada. I think that there's other places that are, I think I heard Spain or somebody is offering for 500,000. Let me see if I can find that before I go. I'll give you that tidbit. I heard that another country is offering for about 500,000 people to come to their particular country. Let me see if I can find it real quick. But there are places that you can go to, even Africa. Like all these Pan-Africans trying to tell Black Americans to go to Africa, but they ain't got no words for Haitians. They don't have no words for Africans or Jamaicans or anybody else to go, just us. We're not interested in going to Africa. I don't care if I Show Speed traveled to Africa. He has no influence on me and mine. And I hope that these people that are trying to preach to us to go would actually use that information to tell the Haitians and other folks that they can go. Stop trying to get us to go. That's the issue I have. Like, we are not the ones in jeopardy of being deported. They are. And you guys are steadily telling us to get up out of America. And it just showcases the fact that you guys are attempting to destiny swap us out of our position here as Americans. And I hope that many of us will wake up and understand that we should not be listening to any of these fools, because they don't have our best interests at heart. They just want us to get out of Dodge so that they have more opportunity to be here in America versus us. And, you know, that's the thing that, you know, they continually preach to us about going to Africa. And I'm sick of it. Wish you guys would just shut up and leave us alone. Okay, so I think on the next slide, I'll find that video because I can't seem to find it. I think it was, I don't want to say the wrong thing, but it was another country that was offering up 500,000 people to come to where they were. And I was really shocked to see that. I was like, what? Out of everything that's going on, you would actually invite 500,000 people to come? I thought that was really, really interesting. Please let me find this video. Hold on, I'm going to see if I can find it. It's never easy. And another thing, people in Kenya, the Africans there, are not wanting the Somalians to go get deported to them. They are saying, at least some of them, that they would take it to the streets and protest against the Somalians being sent to them, because apparently there are a lot of Somalians already in Kenya. And so that is probably the best place for them to want to go versus going to Somalia. And so there are a lot of Africans that are speaking out saying, no, we don't want you either. So just keep that in mind when you guys are lying about Pan-Africanism and claiming that we all one and we all love one another. There ain't none of that shit exist. That is not for real. Hold on, let me look this up. I'm going to see what country is offering, what country is offering undocumented or migrants. Let me just put migrants to move there. Oh, yes, Spain. Several countries in specific regions, particularly in Europe, offer financial incentives and residency paths to migrants, often aiming to repopulate rural areas or address labor shortages. Notable examples include Spain, which is providing residency to undocumented immigrants and offering cash grants. In rural villages like Punga and Italy, where towns in Calabria and Sardinia offer incentives for moving to rural unpopulated areas. There you have it. You have Spain. They're actually offering to give and grant residency work permits to undocumented immigrants. who arrived before, it says Spain announced in early 2026 it would grant residency and work permits to undocumented immigrants who arrived before December 31st, 2025. Wow. And have lived in the country for at least 5 months. Oh, that's not looking right there. The region of Extremadura is also paying 200 digital nomads. Maybe that's not going to work for Spain because they said you had to already been there for 5 months, so it's not going to work out for that. Italy says villages like those in Calabria offer up to 30,000 over 3 years for individuals under 40 to move there, while Sardinia provides grants for up to 15,000 for purchasing houses. Switzerland, the village of Albanin, offers relocation payments to families or younger people who commit to buying a home and staying for at least 10 years. Other opportunities, smaller scale incentives exist in regions of Ireland, New Zealand, Greece, Croatia, Croatia, often aimed at boosting local economies or repopulating areas. I would investigate more, research more to see how you might be able to make a way in some of these other places that are claiming to want to have some of these undocumented people. Because again, if you cannot make it here, if you are barred and blocked from making a way and staying here in America, you have to figure out something else. I would especially try to encourage the Haitians. You know, I wouldn't want to go back to Haiti if I were you. I mean, other people that have left their homes are not so bad off as Haiti is. But look into that. You know, don't take my word. Do some more research. Call around. Maybe email people and see what it is. It's creeping up to February 3rd. It's right around the corner, actually. Today is the 31st. There's 3 more days before they start coming for Haitians. And, you know, it is what it is, you know. Temporary protection service was meant to be temporary, but the Democrats allowed it to be long term. And we see now where we're at here in America. And Trump is not willing to allow that to go further. So it is what it is. Thank you all for being here. Please like and share the video, and bless.